Mr. Chetty, please be informed that by law you are required to answer any question fully and satisfactorily. Of course, questions that are lawfully put to you, or to produce any document that you are required to do so in connection with the subject matter of the inquiry, notwithstanding the fact that the answer or the documents that you give us could incriminate you or expose you to criminal or civil proceedings or even damages. Mr. Chetty, you are, however, protected in that evidence given under oath or affirmation before a House or a Committee of Parliament may not be used against you in any court or place outside Parliament except in criminal proceedings concerning a charge of perjury or a charge relating to the evidence or documents required in these proceedings. Please be aware that in terms of Section 17, subsection 2 of the Powers, Privileges and Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act, a person who willfully furnishes a House or committee with information or makes a statement before it that is false or misleading commits an offense and is liable to a fine or a term of imprisonment not exceeding a period of 2 years. You are required to take an oath or affirm that the evidence you shall give shall be truthful. Which one do you elect, oath or affirmation? You have elected to take an oath. May you please follow me as I dictate to you. May you please say aye and state your names in full.
I, Kishen Chetty, so put it off.
Yeah. Let's repeat that, Mr. Chetty.
I, Kishen Chetty,
Swear that the evidence I shall give
swear that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
And so help me God.
And so help me God.
Thank you so much. I'm handing over to you and the senior counsel to start with the presentation of evidence. Can I check, senior counsel, how many hours do you need to conclude the presentation of evidence?
Chair, always difficult to predict, but I wouldn't expect us to be longer than 2 hours, if that long. As I said, you and the honourable members would have gone through this affidavit. It's lengthy, but it's full of technical, legal.
No, it's fine. If you need 2 hours, let me exercise my benevolence and say that you run until 13 hours. By that time, Mr. Chetty and senior counsel, you must be done with the presentation of evidence.
Thank you, Chair.
Do everything within your abilities to ensure that by that time you are done. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Let me wish you good luck. Thank you.
Mr. Chetty, you reference a number of cases in your affidavit. There is the Silverton case, which is case number 335/2/20, and then there's also a number of other cases.
Sorry, I don't understand.
Then there are also a number of other cases. Silverton case numbers and Brooklyn case numbers. Now, in our discussion and in my understanding, you had initially been an accused with some 70 other accused, which is some 40-odd natural persons and 30-odd juristic entities, companies, CCs, in case 335. We can call it 335. That case, which is referenced in paragraph 1.1, honorable members, that case was in March 2021. Is 2021? 2020.
2020.
2020.
4th of June, 2020.
4th of June 2020.
Yes, we were arrested.
The case was struck off the roll.
No, it was struck off the roll on the 25th of March, 2021.
Yes, that's the one. The case was struck off the roll in terms of section 3423, capital letter C, by the magistrate. Is that correct?
You're correct, Counsel.
And that's what we can call the big case, right?
Yes.
Subsequent to that, there have been several, you were arrested and charged in several other cases, which, as it were, mutates from this big 335 case. Is that right?
Yes, Counsel.
And those are the cases that we see referenced there: Silverton, 143, 145, 142, and Brooklyn, and 147. So those cases, they are taken from the big 335 case. Is that correct?
Yes, Counsel.
And your case is that in itself constitutes an abuse, because 335, in terms of 335, I think we know now from another experience with another witness, when we deal with 342, striking off, that it can be enrolled, but it can only be done if a certificate is issued by, these days, the National Director of Public Prosecutions. And that was not done. Is that right?
Yes, Counsel.
But I think in our discussion, subsequently, you say that 335 has been reinstated.
Yes, Counsel.
Okay. So we also know from our consultation that you have brought an application to have these cases set aside on the basis, amongst other things, of an abuse of the process and unlawful interference in these matters. And that case is still pending in the High Court. Is that right?
Yes, Counsel. We're waiting for a judge to be allocated to the matter.
Yeah. So, and you appreciate and understand. In fact, you to your credit, you pointed out to me that you are not here to debate the merits of these charges against you. The charges in case 335 relate to theft, corruption, money laundering, and quite a number of serious charges. Is that right?
100%, Counsel.
You're not. You're obviously defending these charges, but you're not here to debate the merits of those cases.
No, I'm not.
Your complaint before the committee is you link it to the terms of reference of this honourable committee, and that is interference, unlawful conduct, unethical conduct, on the part of the police, and you, in particular, point fingers at officers Baluchan, Shabalala, Perumal. Are they? Shabalala is a prosecutor, is that right?
Yes, he's a prosecutor in all my cases.
In all your cases?
Yes.
And Perumal and Baluchan are with IDEC?
Yes, with IDEC now, yes.
And Low, the other person?
Paul Lowe is an advocate that is at IDEC.
At IDEC.
Under correction, is Shabalala's senior.
Okay. And those, you say they're the main actors in the narrative that is in your affidavit?
Yes.
But we also know now, in fact, perhaps tell us about the call you received yesterday from IPID.
Okay, Council. I opened a case 12/7/2022 Silverton case in 2022 after I realized that charges were taken off a case that was struck off the roll, 335, and it was duplicated in case 143, 144, 145, all Silverton cases. I then opened the criminal case. It was then taken to Gauteng province. Everything is in my affidavit here, so let me just talk about that case 12/7 as you're asking me about the call. I received the call day before yesterday from Mr. Baloy at IPID, because 12/7/2022 is at IPID's office now. And Mr. Baloy told me that the advocate from the DPP's office, North Gauteng, called him and asked him to come and collect the docket and obtain warning statements from these three individuals: Dylan Perumal, Sunil Baluchan, Richard Shabalala. And I then told Mr. Baloy that I will be coming here today, and he must please tell me, like last night, if he called him so I can put it on record here, because on my affidavit it shows exactly what has happened to this docket since I opened it in 2022 to where it is now. So Mr. Baloy did tell me that he contacted Sunil Baluchan and informed him that he needs to obtain a warning statement, and he couldn't get hold of Dylan Perumal and Richard Tyler Shabalala, reason being that they on leave. So that's where it stands now. But in my affidavit, it stipulates exactly from the time I opened the case, it went up to the DNC's office, up to General Libia's office at the Hawks, and it shows the abuse of power. Everything is in my affidavit. So on the call that I received yesterday, that's it. It's with Mr. Baloy now. The docket is with him.
So that case is also currently pending and being dealt with by IPID.
Yes, and just to bring it up, explain what it is, that case is what I'm here for, on the duplication of charges from the case struck off the roll to the baby cases that was opened. That is based, that is my complaint, that is 12/7/2022.
Yes.
Yes.
Now, what would you want this honourable committee to do or to recommend some remedial action in view of the fact that your complaint against Baluchan, Perumal, Shabalala, and Low, those cases are being dealt with by IPID? You've also complained to some very senior SABC officers about their conduct, that case is pending, and your High Court application to have these cases set aside, that case is also pending before the High Court.
Council, I would appreciate the committee to see or understand the exact abuse of power this IDEC officials, the courts, especially Palm Ridge Magistrates Court, Pretoria Magistrates Court, Pretoria High Court, on how these individuals bring cases on the roll as they please and not following the court rules. the uniform court rules of the court, because I did a lot of background checking. As we go through my affidavit, the committee chairperson will see what my allegations are, because I have all the next years of court books. We're appearing in court, but we're not registered on the court books. I have transcripts and so forth. So basically, it is on the abuse of power of these guys. And when I do complain about them, I'm getting arrested, or they're retaliating on me by using state machinery. And I have proof of all of that.
And your status currently is that of an accused in all of these cases, and you out of, sorry. Sorry, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sorry to interrupt Mr. Orrington and Mr. Chetty. Chair, I've gone through this affidavit, and I'm very concerned that, well, I'm concerned about the contents thereof, and I'm concerned about why Mr. Chetty is here today. But I'm more concerned about the fact that he's not here with any representation, which is also a concern to me. Advocate Orrington is not his legal representative, he's the evidence leader. So Mr. Chetty is not his client, and he doesn't have to advise him in his best interests. But Mr. Chetty is the accused in a number of very serious matters that are currently on the roll or to be placed on the roll. They're currently in court. And I don't know if his legal representatives in that matter know that he's here. And I don't know if they helped him draft this affidavit. But my major concern is that we operate on a principle of innocence until proven guilty in this country. But he stands an excellent chance today of doing himself a lot of damage in those matters that are on a criminal roll. And that's really something serious that he should think about and we should think about. Because he's just said he's here for 2 matters. Well, that's not really why he's here. Now that he's here, we can ask him about whatever we want. And he's obliged to answer. He may well find himself in a position where he has to incriminate himself. He's not represented. He's got no one to advise him. It's not our job to advise him. So I'm concerned about what we're busy doing here today is, for me, not quite right. But I'm also concerned about his position in terms of his constitutional rights and his right not to incriminate himself. He's not a lawyer. He's a businessman. As he says, not doing business at the moment. So those are my concerns, Chair, and for me, they're serious concerns. Thank you.
Let's see. What is your response?
Honourable Chair, as I indicated in some introductory remarks initially, it was Mr. Chetty's father who had lodged a complaint, but it was about the conduct of a curator in a matter. I'm not sure whether it's in relation to one of these criminal matters, but I know they're also facing some charges which the investigating officers say emanate from tax fraud. But subsequently, only last week or the week before, a substantial affidavit was sent to Mr. Romano, which was then passed on to us. And we were required to consult with a witness initially. Advocate Mkhwanazi was going to lead Mr. Chetty's evidence, but you'll recall that on the day, I think it was last week, we either couldn't accommodate him, and he's come back. the concerns raised by Honourable Breitenbach are shared by us, and that's why I indicated also at the outset that I will try and make sense of what's in this voluminous affidavit, and I'd also asked what, if anything, this Honourable can do other than what I did, which is to read the affidavit and listen to Mr. Chetty very sympathetically. According to his narrative, he seems to have been badly treated. But again, it's just one side, or one side of a story, and I'm not sure that there's anything we can do about this other than to note his claims, and I suppose significantly the names of Baluchan and Perumal and some of these officers, their names have cropped up in some other matters from other witnesses. So that might indicate some kind of pattern. But the fact that IPID is now investigating the case that he has brought against them, the fact that there is a High Court matter that's pending and awaiting the allocation of a judge, where in the correct forum, a judge will, having heard argument from all sides, from both sides, will make a determination whether or not these cases should be dismissed and the prosecutions not proceed, which I'm not even sure that a judge can do, given that these are all matters that's pending before different courts. So all that I'm saying, it wasn't for us, Honourable Chair, as evidence leaders, to make a call and say, no, we don't think you need to hear this witness or listen to the witness. It's going to be a waste of time. We were asked to consult with him, to interview him, and we are here now today. Other than, in summary, to say, I think the concerns raised by Honourable Breitenbach are valid concerns, and that perhaps the better thing, or the better course to take, is to note what's in his affidavit when the committee comes to its deliberations, and to take serious note of some of these allegations, which some of them are quite hair-raising. These Silverton and Brooklyn cases, they arise from this big 335I case, as he called them, baby cases, and it's been done selectively. But again, it's either for the trial court to make that determination. I don't think we equipped. Maybe Honourable Breitenbach is in a former job, but we're not equipped to, or maybe Mr. Novalo as a practitioner. Thank you, Chair. I'm sorry if I'm not being particularly helpful.
Yeah. No, let's do this now. Okay. Can I hear you?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, Chair, in the defense of senior counsel, he is not known for being a criminal lawyer. His expertise lies elsewhere. I honestly submit, it's my view, that we're about to seriously prejudice Mr. Chetty. Whether he realizes it or not is not really relevant. We're about to do serious damage to whatever case he may have. And I would urge him to not proceed with this. We can take note of this affidavit. There is stuff in here that is concerning, but we can read it. If he opens himself up to questioning, Chair, I foresee serious problems that I'm not entirely sure that I'm comfortable to participate in. Because once he does that, it is our job to question him, and he will really not come out of it well. And it can only prejudice his case. I don't know if his lawyers know that he's here. Certainly if he was my client, he wouldn't be here. And this, the contents of this affidavit, apart from the suggestions that there is foul play with the investigators mentioned, which we already have heard of them and we can take note of and look into, the rest of it is not relevant to this committee's inquiry, in my view. And so we're going to spend a day trawling through, with respect, irrelevant information, not even evidence. And it's the prerogative of a prosecutor. It's not this committee's prerogative. It's not even the court's prerogative. It's the prerogative of a prosecutor to charge people as and how they wish, and to group charges as and how they see fit within the prescripts of the Criminal Procedure Act. It's a very difficult thing for anyone to interfere with, because there's a certain game plan. Of course, every accused is entitled to be charged with everything at the same time, if it happened at the same time and place under similar circumstances. But if not, no. The prosecutor charges in the fashion that they see fit, and nobody can interfere with their discretion. So this committee certainly can't. We can't help him with that complaint. Richard Shabalala is a prosecutor of many years' experience. Paul Lowe is a prosecutor of some 40 years' experience. They certainly know their way around a criminal court. And I'm sure that they're both watching TV right now, waiting for the questions to come. Because please believe me, they will use it against him. And there's nothing to prevent it being done. I really urge us to reconsider what we're busy with here today. Thank you, Chair.
Can I rotate your honorable members in here?
Thank you so much, Chair. I think what Honorable Bredenbach is raising, Honorable Vessels would have shared it with me yesterday. And unfortunately, the same concerns that he would have raised yesterday, I didn't get an opportunity to look at the affidavit at that time. But I think it's quite concerning, one, when the evidence later says the actual complainant is not the person who's in front of us. Someone else submitted the complaint, but someone else is appearing before us. Maybe the evidence leader would actually explain to us, boss, if I hear this properly. He actually says, I'm not sure the father submitted, something like that. But as I say, he will actually explain further so that for our understanding of what he's saying. Two, Chair, I think it's important. It would have been raised by members on our housekeeping committee meetings that between the evidence leaders, the legal unit of Parliament, and the Secretariat, there must be a way of checking unto the nature of the people who apply to appear before this committee. Because it's quite cumbersome now. If every now and then we are to discuss in this setting, in the presence of the person who would want to come and present to us, in front of South Africa, that no, this person was not supposed to be here. The nature of that which is submitting to us was, it would, in our view, Chair, that they would brief you about the nature of that particular submission, so that you come to the committee and advise the committee better, so that the committee takes a decision whether to invite or not to invite that particular witness. But it's becoming a problem. Now, we agree, Chair, the nature of what is said in the affidavit requires a competent court of law. And it's a detriment, it's a legal detriment to Mr. Chetty himself to come and answer here. And you'll recall, Chair, we would have said, in a number of witnesses, they are not at liberty to come and tell us what to ask and not what to ask. But when the evidence leader and Mr. Chetty are starting interacting, there is already a condition that I'm not prepared to answer this matter and this matter, then this matter, because it's in court. Now, consistency compels us to say, we have said to General Patlane, we have said to so and so, that they are not going to put forward conditions for us to proceed. Now, part of what we pick up from Mr. Chetty's argument in the affidavit is that there are people who are charged by the state to preside or process his cases, which some he accuses of them having been convicted before, both at IDEC and some having been subjected to an internal DC of SAPS. That's a matter, Chair, that I think if we agree on an approach, just to say from IDEC head and SAPS, give us a status of so and so, whether or not they got charged, whether or not they were disciplined, whether or not they were convicted, and all those things. But it still matters that Mr. Chetty and his legal representative must raise in a court of law that the nature of how the state has processed my cases has got these irregularities. So I believe, Chair, and we agree from where we're seated, that it's not only a problem of the committee, it's majorly the problem of Mr. Chetty to come and divulge some of the issues in this particular platform that are still subject of a competent court of law. We'll all agree, Chair, that the rules of the National Assembly do not allow us to get into the merits of issues that are still sub judice. So I think, Chair, we must plead with Mr. Chetty, and I'm worried. This may appear as though that we don't want Mr. Chetty to come and talk to us. We'll recall that this is the second time we're discussing his matter, and I'm asking him to go back and come back and all that. It may appear, Chair, that we don't want Mr. Chetty's testimony and all that. But the major concern is that we are to respect the state process and the judicial process. And we are not willing to be part of running his case and his presumption of innocence. So it's us pleading with him that he must reconsider, then we'll take it from there. Thank you very much, Chair.
Honorable Nomvalo.
No, thank you, Chair. Chair, initially when Honorable Breitenbach was raising the matter, I was agreeing with her overwhelmingly. But there's an aspect which I don't agree with. When she wants to project certain people against whom complaints have been laid in this affidavit as a paragon of virtue. He's even citing their experiences and so on. I think that is unfair, and that is being argumentative against the witness before us, because we must be fair to witnesses here. Allow a witness to present, and then when he has presented, you make your arguments. Not to say when a witness has not even opened his mouth, the people that you are complaining about are competent people, they have experience and so on and so forth. As if the witness is hallucinating. That witness is raising these complaints out of frustration. I understand the legal aspects and the legal concerns that Honorable Breitenbach is raising, and I agree with them to say it's going to be prejudicial to the witness when he deals with matters which are before court or which are pending, because even with us, it's going to be difficult to interrogate his testimony, because we will interrogate it with caution. We won't understand to which extent we should go, because we will be trying to save her, and we will be trying to save his right to be innocent before, to be presumed innocent before he's proven guilty. So, but the problem here, Chair, is that our house is not in order. It goes back, and I'm afraid now that witnesses or members of the public largely are going to be on the receiving end of our demise as the committee. But that demise is orchestrated by the legal team. We raised this thing in one of our meetings, Chair, and we asked a question that, what is it that a witness with the evidence leader do during consultation? What are they doing? If here in this committee we deliberate on issues that are supposed to have been dealt with during that consultation, because they have been employed to do exactly that, to say this evidence by its nature does not belong to a committee, to tender this evidence in camera because of its nature. That guidance is supposed to be tendered during that consultative process. But it does not happen. What are they doing? Maybe Advocate Arenzo needs to tell us. What are they doing during consultation? Are they guiding witnesses on legalities or not? Or they just accept, they just say, no, bring everything, we'll just pass it as it is to the ad hoc committee. So I'm very worried, Chair, in as much as I agree with Honorable Breitenbach that now we want to turn away a witness who has come here under an impression that he's going to get an opportunity to explain his side, and who was going to do otherwise if he was properly guided by the evidence leader. So he has been failed by this committee. He has been failed by the evidence leader. And now we want to suffocate him. We want to turn him away. He has compromised all his schedule to come before this committee and argue for his case. When we are here, I understand, members, because we knock off at night here, so we don't get time to read these statements. I've only read it now when I'm here. And I'm getting concerned as I'm here as to what is it that we're expected to do here when a statement from page 1 until the last page talks about cases which are pending before a court of law. So what are we expected to do as members of this committee? So, Chair, I know we're towards the finishing line. We're at the tail end of this process. But our concern remains very high against the evidence leader and his team on how they conduct this work. They are not doing their job during consultation. That is why sometimes we read 180 pages, which is full of irrelevant content. Because during consultation, they must say, no, this one, Advocate Patlane, when he was here, was told by members that, no, these are labor issues. Those are the issues for which he was supposed to get guidance during consultation. To say, no, this one does not fall within the terms of reference. It must not go to the committee. Because he has been employed to do that. So, Chair, unless the witness before us feels strongly that he wants to continue under the guidance that we have given him, or even after the concerns have been raised about the risk he is imposing himself to, we are saying we're of the view that he must submit rather a submitted statement, I mean a written statement. It's unfair to say he must not submit anything at all, because he's complaining about the judiciary here. So when you say the matter is under a competent judiciary, we are already making a judgment that all the complaints he's raising are invalid, because the institution that he complains about cannot help him if he feels that it is compromised. How can you complain to the same judge that you are complaining about, to the same magistrate that you are complaining about? So let the client not be helpless. Let's not make him vulnerable and say, no, go away with this statement, we can't help you. If he continues to feel strongly that even after this he can continue, it's fine, he can continue. But as this committee, we have been honest to him to say this is prejudicial, but if he wants to continue, can continue, Chair. Thank you.
Honorable Breitenbach.
Chair.
Do you want to speak?
Oh, yeah, Chair, just on one point, I didn't mention Shabalala and Lowe to suggest that they're untouchable. I mentioned them to suggest that they have a lot of experience and they will be watching this because it's an opportunity they wouldn't let go by. Not any other reason did I mention them. Yeah.
Okay. The EFF?
And Chair, I remain deeply uncomfortable with the process.
Okay.
I'm not sure that I want to participate.
So,
Thank you, Chair. Hey, it's embarrassing. We are an embarrassment to the people that have elected for us to serve here in Parliament, that we can even sit here and while after a witness is even sworn in, that we raise things that should have been resolved a long time ago. I echo my colleague's point of the issue of resources for this committee. I disagree with him that we must put the blame squarely on the evidence leaders. Literally, we have 3 evidence leaders. If you go to that commission, who's pretty much has the same number of witnesses that we are dealing with, they have like a whole team. Our legal team here, our technical team here, they're not here full-time, Chair. And we've been raising this for a very, very, very long time. We even got a letter, or finally the letter was circulated on why we don't even have a forensic investigator. We are an embarrassment to the people who voted for us. Parliament is an embarrassment not to provide adequate resources. And it's got absolutely nothing to do with the fact that we don't have money to be able to serve South Africans with the dignity and the efficiency that we need. It's just embarrassing. And on the merits of what has been raised here, I think it's highly disingenuous to talk about active cases. Pretty much every single person that has come here, senior officials of SABC, they have active cases. It's not going to be the first time that we've had witnesses, even in committees, where they say, I can't respond to that because it's in court. So to all of a sudden feel uncomfortable participating because someone can be prejudiced is, I don't even know where we're pulling that from. It is something that goes on here. It's even weaponized in this Parliament, even in committees, that we shouldn't ask that question because that question is going to jeopardize the case. We hear that. It's a long sing-song story. Mr. Chetty has been here. This is his 2nd time. The first time we even sent him away. The fact of the matter, whether this is related directly to our terms of reference or not, it's a bit late. So unfortunately, we're going to have to take his case. There are matters of SABC that are involved in here, and we are going to hear because we are the People's Parliament, and there's nothing in here that's not related to SABC. It might not speak directly to the terms of reference, but we are here. We'll hear from Mr. Chetty if he's going to feel like he's compromising his active cases or not. But the story of that prosecutors or whoever's going to be prosecuting his case are listening and is going to be prejudiced, I don't see how that has any relevance here at all. Everybody comes here and they say, I can't answer that because I have an active case. And we allow it. It happens many, many times. So it's up to Mr. Chetty. We are here. It's our fault here. We've let South Africa down. And Mr. Chetty will make the call. Thank you.
Bangazita.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Yeah, I also do feel that it is unfortunate that we are engaged in such a discussion at this point. In fact, midway through the presentation of the chief evidence by Mr. Chetty, it's something that we should actually have dealt with before he came here. Now that he is here, and there are concerns about incriminating himself on some of the issues because most of the matters that he is actually presenting here are before court. I don't see how that is different from General Pahlane's cases, for instance, because he also had a string of issues that are before court as I speak, and but we were able to deal with them. I mean, however, the chairperson was good enough to actually to warn him that he will have to do himself a favor by not incriminating himself on matters that are before court. But nonetheless, we continue to deal with the cases. I don't see any difference between Mr. Chetty's case and that of General Pahlani. So I feel it's up to the witness before us to decide what he wants to do. If he feels strongly that he needs to continue to ventilate his frustrations before this committee, so be it. Thank you.
Honorable Sauls. May you switch over? May you switch off Bangazit?
Thank you, Chair. Look, I have many issues with our legal team, and sometimes with how logistics are handled with evidence or witnesses, etc. But today is not one of those days. I feel that this committee is wrong to, one, blame our legal team and the evidence leader. I disagree. And two, I further disagree that Parliament is an embarrassment. And that's not the message we must send to the country. Indeed, we have limited resources, but we must be honest about what has been done with the resources that we have. We have our evidence leader. We asked for a forensic investigator. You wrote to the Speaker Chair. It's not like it was ignored. The Speaker responded. The Speaker said, we have Advocate Mkhwanazi, who has forensic investigating skills, and she was intentionally appointed because she has that skills. And that replacement was because she possesses that skill. So now, with the limited resources we now have someone here with the investigation skills that we require. So we must not make it look like we are not operating properly here. We are doing the best we can. So I disagree with that position. On the evidence leader and the witness before us, when the witness was here the first time, the evidence leaders was prepared to hear him. It is us as the committee who then asked of Mr. Chetty, because he said he realized that in consultation, the brief consultation they had, all of his attachments was not there. Then, Chair, you ruled that that would be unfair, so you gave it days to say, go get all the attachments to be fair, and then you come back. The evidence leaders follows our mandate. They go and they do that. Now they come back after days. They have the attachments. The evidence leader is ready to lead. We now blame the evidence leader for a mandate that we've given. We don't know Mr. Chetty, but we try to treat everyone in the same way. Lastly, in terms of our terms of reference, what are we meant to do? We are meant to hear anybody that says they can help us to get to the truth around infiltration, political interference, and defeating the ends of justice. We must test that. We did not invite Mr. Chetty. Mr. Chetty offered his information. So let him bring the information and let us test whether it helps us with our responsibility here. So I don't feel that the committee is in a bad position here. Number two, on the issue of Mr. Chetty incriminating himself, we must ask Mr. Chetty, we must give him an opportunity to say, and you must pose the question directly to him. Given the risk that you are potentially going to incriminate yourself by what you are going to present to us, we must ask him, are you willing to take that risk to potentially incriminating yourself by the information? If he says yes, that's consent. What must we do? We will then ask him, we will interrogate him. If he goes to jail because we asked him and he's found guilty, he's found guilty. He must go to jail. We won't visit you, Mr. Chetty. We will be glad that we've contributed to whatever the court will find if you are found guilty. But we can't sit here now and try and protect potential things. We must do our jobs. Just make sure, Chair, that we have his consent on record, that with all the information, he's still willing to testify, and then we go ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Vessels.
No, thank you very much, Chair. No, I share the concerns, and I've also, as honourable colleague said, I raised the concerns last night. I raised the concerns with regards to other witnesses before as well, and it's always met with, but we should be the parliament of the people and open to everybody. But, Chairperson, we do have a responsibility to protect Parliament from becoming a kangaroo court. I do not agree that it's the choice of Mr. Chetty if he is comfortable to continue or not. We should make that decision because we are at risk of, and the problem lies with what the Honourable Souls say. We must test it. If we test the validity of the allegations made by Mr. Chetty, we're going to have a problem. The Honourable Matthys says that he can exercise his right to say, but this matter I won't respond to, it's in front of the court. Then we can just as well stand up now and leave, because everything that is alleged is in court, because even the allegations made are now in front of IPIT. And the witness already attested to that now and said that his allegations with regards to the alleged wrongdoing in terms of these cases are now investigated by IPIT. So we are in a peculiar situation where the relevance of this is also, it's really not relevant to our investigation currently. What is relevant, we can take note of, as other colleagues said, in the statement. Mr. Chetty is here, he confirmed that this is his statement. Let's take note thereof. Let's protect the integrity of this committee, but also of Parliament. And if we are going to go ahead, Chairperson, I'm very uncomfortable to participate. But Mr. Chetty must then also know that we are also in possession of an affidavit by Brigadier, well, he's now Mr. Raman Jalam, who is in prison currently, who's a co-accused in many of these cases. We have that affidavit. If we're going to test the validity of the wrongdoing, we can't do that without exploring also the counter allegations and the evidence that's also provided that says it's the contrary. And then we are exactly where the Honourable Breitenbach said we are going. And we are not a court of law. These cases are in the court of law. Let the court of law decide what is wrong, who's guilty, and who's not guilty. Thank you, Chair.
Good morning, Honorable James. And
Hi, good morning, Chair. Finally. I strongly agree. We had this discussion, like Honourable Vessel said, we had this discussion later, last night when we left. And I think it's just shocking right now. I always look at matters and I put myself out there and I think, what would South Africans be saying right now about us? I think that's almost the most important things that comes to mind. These people have brought a witness before them twice. And today they start off proceedings by debating whether he should be here or not. That is a disgrace. That is an embarrassment. I think the evidence leader have been subjected to this, to his statement, and I think they should have guided and advised this committee on the best way forward. I genuinely believe, Mr. Chetty, that you will compromise your cases if you proceed here today. And therefore, I also state that as Action SA, we're also a little bit uncomfortable with proceeding. Thank you.
Okay. Before I give the evidence leaders and Mr. Chetty to make statements, let me say this, that I understand that when you are members of parliament, you are politicians, and parliament is a political institution. And today we want to discuss a procedural matter, and a procedural matter which is clouded by politics. Number one, who brought Mr. Chetty here? Mr. Chetty was brought here by the committee. It's a decision of the committee, Mr. Chetty, that you must be here. And there is nobody who is going to pass the bag and want to blame the committee secretariat or evidence leader. The committee in its own meeting took a conscious decision. Ramano was there, gave us a report. So we must take responsibility, honorable members. I always tell you when I'm here that the chairperson speaks the decisions of the committee. And if you listen to the summary that Honorable Sols gives here, Honorable Sols has given you the whole summary of what the committee has done. This committee further, Honorable Sols has said that the public submission evidences will not be led by statements which they would have prepared with the witnesses, but the witnesses will bring their own statements here. The public submission witnesses. Mr. Chetty has brought his statement. Why do you want to hold evidence leaders responsible for a statement that you said public submission witnesses must bring their statements before the committee? He brought his statement. And so what the committee has to do is to look for the needle in the haystack, separate chaff from grain. If you know what your terms of reference are, go through this whole statement and then look for what is relevant to your terms of reference than to prejudice the witness, either through the committee process or through any legal process. We run an oath every day here, and the honorable members are the ones who must know the oath more than the witnesses. Because the oath here says that any information or evidence or document that the witness presents before the committee cannot be used against him anywhere outside the House of Parliament or a committee of Parliament, unless in proceedings of perjury. Because when he's here, he's protected by the same provisions of the Act that we read to him. That's what it is saying, the oath that we take here. Unless if I'm giving it a different interpretation. But what is being said here is that the information cannot be used anywhere outside Parliament or... So, but the long and short of it, honorable members, is that this man did not come here, this witness did not come here by his own accord. He is a decision of the committee, and the secretariat has even reported before us. You know what happened? When they reported that the person who made a submission before the committee cannot be found, it was this committee which gave the secretariat details to say, go and call these people. These are their details. And they went there and did exactly what you have instructed them. It was this committee. It was nobody. It was not a member of the secretariat or the evidence. It was the committee that presented contact numbers, digits one by one, in a committee meeting to say, call them. And they went out and called Mr. Chetty. He came. He's here now. So there is no way we are going to be temerarious here and try to gerrymander our rules. We are going to proceed with Mr. Chetty, let him present what he wants to present before us. And after he has presented, if you decide to keep quiet, and I will release him to leave and go back home. Thank you so much. We are going to proceed. No further discussions on this matter. Can we proceed, Advocate Arensa?
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I suppose that's the end of that discussion. I can't say anything further as an evidence leader about the process that brings witnesses before this Honourable Committee.
Don't comment on that. The Chair has,
Thank you.
has made a political statement. I don't want to put you on the crossfire. Honourable Sangweni.
Thank you, Chair. I also don't want to get caught in the political crossfire. Chair, can I ask, so we don't have this issue tomorrow? We're having 3 public participation witnesses. If my memory serves, there had been an issue that I'm not sure is Nicolette Ms. Prinsloo had raised about some of these witnesses, including Mr. Chetty and one witness that we are meant to see tomorrow. Can we request that before we maybe even break for lunch, that the Secretariat advises us on the witnesses of tomorrow, and if indeed those witnesses should be? Because we had been advised against, Chair. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no, those witnesses are coming tomorrow. They are a decision of the committee, honourable members. Whether they come here to say anything or to say nothing, the committee has said they must come. So we are not going to change our decision at the 11th hour. Unless that they are unavailable, but any of those witnesses who is available for tomorrow, they are going to come here. Honourable Vessels.
Thank you, Chairperson. I just think it's important that we just remember that when the committee decides on the witnesses, we don't have the details, the statements, and the actual detail of what the case pertains to and what the witness is going to present to us. We raised the issue last week on when we received the statements of tomorrow's public participant witnesses. We raised the issue and we said we must look at that and the legal team must look at that because it does not seem relevant. And I repeat that, Chairperson, that I think we should, I support the Honourable Sangweni because they should look at that before those witnesses travel. And Chair, the same with this. I do not accept, with due respect, your statement that we decided. We did not have all the facts when we took that decision. When we get the facts, we can revise a decision.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair.
No, I hear you, but what is important, honourable members, you did not only decide. You decided and further instructed the evidence leaders that the public submission witnesses must bring their own statements here. Yes, maybe what we should be saying is that we could have said that let them look at those statements and advise the committee. But you said that no, they must bring what the evidence leaders do. They study the statement of the witness and look at how they can arrange it thematically. But without changing the whole statement or saying this must not go before the committee. So you can't want to apportion a blame on them for doing what the committee has instructed them to go and do. Honourable Nomval.
No, thanks, Chair. I hear your ruling on the matter. I disagree with you vehemently. We agree on witnesses, not on statements. We don't consult with witnesses. witnesses consult with the evidence leader, and for a purpose. They don't consult with us. So it's wrong for us to be blamed for the work of the evidence leader. I still insist that the content of the statement, a person who can guide the content, is the evidence leader. If it's not him, then who? Because by saying, Chair, witnesses can, public participation can bring their own statements to the committee. We're not giving an open-ended directive. That must be within the terms of reference, and because it means tomorrow we're going to wake up with a Bible here. A person who decides to submit a Bible to the committee and say, no, it's you committee members who said public participation can submit anything. No, there is guidance that must be provided by the evidence leader. I still insist you can defend him if you like, but I still insist, Chairperson, that the reason why we have the advocate here is for quality assurance. He must exercise his responsibility to say, this is relevant, this is not relevant, this is within the terms of reference, this is outside the terms of reference, not us. Because if you are putting the blame on the committee, then allow the committee to consult with witnesses on their statements before they appear here. We get statements here in the morning. So we give a go-ahead under an impression that further work will be done on the nitty-gritties by the evidence leader, not by the committee. It was going to be a different case, Chair, if when we make a determination, we make a determination with a statement of a witness at our disposal. To say, if they can submit statements to us and say, this is what the statement want to present, then take a decision of whether he must come or not. Then we can be blamed for the content of the statement. But we make a decision on the basis of what has been presented to us by the evidence leader, because when they present, they say, no, this witness wants to come and testify on A, B, C, D, and E. Then we say, no, it's fine, we can go ahead. But there is no statement at our disposal. So I disagree, Chair. That is our strong view. But if there is an appetite of defending the evidence leader, then that's not my baby. It's fine. Thank you.
Let's proceed, honorable members. No, we are proceeding. Let me tell you how we are proceeding. The statement that you have before you is not a statement that has any input of the evidence leaders. You know, when evidence leaders consult with witnesses that you have identified who come before you, they draw statements. Some witnesses sit with their lawyers and draw statements and they submit to the evidence team. And the evidence team, when they lead evidence here, they select thematic areas on which they are going to lead evidence. So the statement that you have before you is not a statement that was written in consultation with evidence leaders. And that was your decision, that the evidence leaders have given you a statement that the witness has brought before them. And they have prepared their own notes on how they are going to lead evidence. So let's allow the evidence leaders to follow the thematic areas that they have prepared. And it's up to us as the committee to look at what is relevant to our terms of reference. Honorable Sols and then Honorable Breitenbach, you are the last.
No, Chair. maybe we must submit Bibles so that we can be reminded to be truthful. As the committee, even those public participation witnesses that's coming tomorrow, Honorable Vessels and Honorable Nomvalo must be truthful. We received it from the public. We brought it to the committee. The committee said, in the next meeting, table what is the content so that we make a decision. In the next meeting, I read the emails. The decision was made on the basis of that submission and a condonation was given. That's where we come from to this point. Then they had to provide their information And now it's a matter of you must test what is in there. We must test it here. Whatever they present to us, are they giving us content that will assist us with our work? So we must not be untruthful and say we had no sight. This is public participation. It is not like the witnesses that is brought to be led by the evidence leader. So we are not defending the evidence leader. We are saying, and the secretariat, we are saying there are many things that we are dissatisfied with and we raise it. But today, this time, it is wrong to say the blame is on the secretariat and on the evidence leader. It is wrong today. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Breitenbach, you are the last.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not blaming anybody. We find ourselves in this situation. I choose to deal with it as I find it. I am deeply uncomfortable with proceeding, and I request to be excused along with Honorable Karabona.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Chetty, are you ready to proceed?
Chairperson, I am ready. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Chair, we didn't hear. You must please let him state for the record he wants to. Knowing the information, and he's willing to do it despite what he knows.
Did you hear what Honorable Sources? Can you raise your voice and put it on record? Are you willing to proceed?
I'm very willing, Honorable Member.
Okay. The honorable members have requested to leave, and you occupy their seats.
Chair, you must say which honourable members and from which party have left proceedings. Because we've had so many people come here and they just tell us, I can't answer that, and nobody leaves. So we don't know how all of a sudden now there's a different stance of not wanting to be part of things. So please let it be clear, Chair. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate, but sitting here as the chairperson, I don't have any authority to detain persons in this meeting. Members of Parliament, including witnesses. That is why the last time when we saw a witness standing up here and leaving, the least I could do is just to say, hey, Mr. Mkhwanazi, ayo, Eloi, Eloi, lama sawatan, Mkhwanazi, Eloi. There is nothing I can do. I can only say, why are you abandoning me? There is nothing more. So we are going to proceed, honorable members. Let's be humane enough. Mr. Chetty was here last week, and he spent the whole day with us. If you remember the time we made a decision that he must leave, it was towards the evening. And he spent the whole day trying to work on his statement so that it could satisfy the committee. And the committee met again, Mr. Chetty, on Monday and agreed that you must come today. You are here. We want to thank you so much for once again making yourself available, because we strongly believe that you have issues that you want to raise with us, and you believe they can help us in our work. So we are going to afford you that opportunity to raise whatever issue that you want to raise. You are under oath. We have read you the privileges that you enjoy here. I do not know, but that is how I understand the act, the provisions of the act that I have read to you. But because I'm human, I can have limitations, and I'm not infallible. If the provisions of the act that I have read do not cover you, I want to put it on record that you can't come and say the chair said this and that in the proceedings, and you want to use me as a defense. I think what must guide us here is that we are a constitutional democracy underpinned by what we call the trias politica, the doctrine of the separation of powers, that we do not make a call on judicial matters. The judiciary is the competent authority in terms of the doctrine of separation of powers that makes a call on judicial matters. And if you appear before a court of law, and the court of law says, but when you appeared before Parliament, this is what you said, and they want to use that as evidence, they are the ones who are competent to make a decision whether the evidence you provided here in Parliament is also admissible evidence in a court of law. And you cannot use parliamentary processes or mechanisms as a defense if there is a strong legal sentiment in the country that the evidence could be admissible before any competent court. So I just felt I must make that statement, because law is science, and science can be subjected to different interpretations. Like you see, when we are here in Cape Town, the direction of the sun is not as I know it in Limpopo. That is science. So it can be differently interpreted, but at the end of the day, it remains the same sun with 12-hour day and 12-hour night, whether in Cape Town or in Limpopo. So let's have that understanding. So you said that you want to proceed. We are going to proceed with you, and Honorable Member has reminded me here that some of the witnesses who appeared before us, when there were matters that were still before the courts, they will respond by saying, I may not be able to respond to this question because it is before the courts. You get it? Yeah, so that you have rights as a citizen of this country. There may be a burning desire in you to share very important information with us, but your rights must not be trampled. And whatever case that you have before the courts, your chances must not be jeopardized, because we would have asked you questions, and maybe out of excitement or agitation, you end up responding to those questions, and they jeopardize your chances. I just felt I must say those to you so that you can frame yourself in such a way that as a citizen with full rights, you have prepared yourself, you know what you want to come and say before us, and what you think can help us to further our terms of reference. Thank you so much. SC.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members. Now, Mr. Chetty, you are one of 70 accused in what we described as the big case, the 335 case that was first opened in 2020. Is that right?
Yes, Chair. Yes, Council.
And then you are also one of 25 accused in case Silverton 143. You're one of 9 in Silverton 144. You're one of 23 in 145. One of 3 in 142, and one of 2 in 147. Are these other accused, are they aware that you are appearing here today and giving evidence before this honourable committee?
My family is, Chair, my family is, and some of the other members that I have access to is away.
But the accused,
Yes, yes,
or
yes.
some of
The
your family
accused. Yes,
members,
my family members are also accused
they're
in these
also
matters.
accused.
Yes.
And they know that you're here and they don't have a problem with you appearing.
No, they don't have a problem, and just want to put it on record. A couple family members and other accused also sent complaints to this committee, but they did not get any responses.
Now, some of the accused in all of these matters are also South African police service officers.
Yes.
Are they aware that you're appearing here today, or have they consented to you appearing here today?
I don't communicate with them often, only in court. I was in court 2 days ago, Pretoria Magistrates Court, and I did share it with, I think it was 2 or 3 of the accused that all are members in the police.
You're not concerned that some of your that you may make voluntarily may compromise some of these other accused in these cases?
No, I'm not.
You're
I'm not concerned because I am here. I don't think from listening to the other members that my annexures has been read, went through thoroughly, because I'm here on the abuse of power based on the terms of reference by the IDAC, by the NPA, which I have reference to everything. So yeah, I'm not concerned.
Now, not that any person or any accused can be abused by law enforcement agencies, or in some instances in your affidavit you also reference magistrates or the judiciary. Not that that's justified, but all of these charges are very serious charges. Do you accept that? Whether they're valid or not, they're serious.
They are serious, yes, Council.
And as one of the honourable members pointed out, that it is the prerogative of the prosecuting authority to charge an accused person. And that forms part of our rule of law. We've got, you know about the rule of law.
Yes.
We have, all of us have to conduct ourselves in accordance with the rule of law and with the Constitution.
Yes.
So given that these are serious charges, and the committee cannot ask you questions relating to the merits of any of these cases, why would you nevertheless want to proceed to give evidence before this honourable committee?
Counsel, are you meaning evidence on my charges, or evidence or the merits of the case?
In relation to the merits, that's the charges, yes.
Yes. The evidence of the case is in court. Sorry, the evidence of the case are also in my annexures, showing the duplication of charges. That is it. So I just want to just bring us back here. The case that was struck off the roll, right? 342A-C was recycled and baby cases were made. So those charges that were struck off the roll, they just took out and recycled them and opened baby cases. That is why I'm here on the abuse of power. And one must remember, it's the same prosecutor, the same investigating officer, the same chief investigating officer. So they worked in concert. That is the main reason why I'm here about when we're going now to the charges of the case or the evidence of the case. They use the same evidence and charges in baby cases from a case that was struck off the roll. So the cases I'm facing in these small cases are all charges and evidence from a case struck off the roll. That is the reason why, one of the reasons why I'm here.
Well, then it begs the question. So what do you want this honorable committee to do about that? They have now recycled 335, which is the big case, recycled it into 4 or 5 other baby cases. And that for you involves a duplication of the charges. Is that your complaint?
That's my complaint. And as well, having multiple warrants of arrest against me approved on the same day by the same prosecutor, same investigating officer, signed by the same magistrate, taking me to different courts and executing it at different times.
Okay. But we also know then that the conduct of these prosecutors and law enforcement officers, that is also the subject of an IPID investigation which you have confirmed this morning.
Yes, Chair. But one must realize that this case that I opened was back in 2022, after I got the indictment of the case 143, where I was arrested in February. And the full cycle of this specific case of 12 of 7, Wade went to, it went all over. It even went to Parliament. I have my proof here, whereby it also went to the late Tina Jomet Peterson. And then I received the email. As we're going through the affidavit, it's all there. So why I'm saying, only the day before yesterday, I get a call from IPID stating the docket now must be collected and warning statements must be taken by these individuals. But let me take you a bit back. I received a letter from the DPP's office, 2024, December, stating that they declined to prosecute the matter. I then just asked for a nollie prosecution certificate. And now, I didn't ask them to review anything. The IPID investigator calls me a day before yesterday and says, I have your docket now, and I need to take warning statements. So initially, why did they give me the certificate not to prosecute? And 2 days, knowing that I'm coming here, now they want to go and collect the warning statements from these guys.
So you read something sinister behind this, that on the one hand, the complaint that you lodged against these officials, where it was decided not to prosecute, and you got a nollie prosecute, is that right?
I got a letter, not a certificate.
Not certificate
No.
yet, but they decided not to prosecute.
Yes.
And now IPID have opened up an investigation on the same complaint.
The case was always open. The docket was kept at the DPP's
No,
office.
but you said that the National Public
The
National
DPP.
Director, NDPP, had decided not to prosecute.
The DPP from North
DPP
Gauteng,
from
yes,
the North
decided
Gauteng.
not to prosecute the matter. I then went to ask for a nollie prosecution certificate. We did not receive any response. I then sent Shamla Batoy a letter for the certificate in 2024 December. It's in my annexures. 2025, I received an email from an advocate, Erasmus under correction, stating that he's taking my matter under urgency. It has been quiet from then, but I did send him a letter asking, I want the certificate. I didn't ask you guys to review. You made your decision on not prosecuting the matter. So now, you sending me a response saying you're looking at it under urgency. It has been quiet since then. Nothing. Until 2 days ago. The docket is now back at IPID. And now they're calling the 3 suspects to collect their warning statements. I find it very surprising.
Yeah, so isn't that where it belongs? With IPID, whose main job is to investigate police or alleged police misconduct.
Yes, that's why it went to IPID.
And that is there with the appropriate body that's been set up in terms of our laws, to look into that kind of complaint, the complaint that you've lodged. You've also launched a High Court application to have these, what you call splitting of charges from the big case and splitting them into baby cases. You've also launched an application to have that dismissed. And I assume you are being represented by counsel, by lawyers in these cases.
Firstly, Chair, 12/7/2022 has a history before I got the call 2 days ago. It has a history where it went up to the DNC's office of General Sabia, and where the docket was kept with him for a long time. The docket also went to General Labia's office. But I'm just saying there's a paper trail of where the specific docket has been going to and how the system has been abused. And I received a letter from the DPP's office not to prosecute. So then full stop. I didn't ask them to go and investigate the matter further. I didn't. And it just comes to my amaze now, 2 days ago, I get a call. The docket is given back to the investigating officer by a prosecutor to go and obtain warning statements. Went all over, up to General Sabia's office. And only when General Mkhwanazi's briefing, I then realized the suspects in this docket is the same suspects that those PKTT, or what do you call it, dockets were going to at IDEC, to Dylan Perumal. So I have a full circle on what happened with that specific docket. 12/7/2022, yes. So it's just not now that the docket is now at Mr. Baloy, at IPAD, and I must say, okay, fine, let's take it forward. To my understanding, there's a reason why the docket is now. Is there a reason why the docket is now back at Mr. Baloy?
Well, it could be that the fact that you had indicated, or they heard or know that you're coming before this honourable committee, maybe it's had the desired effect, that it's now with the body that is tasked with investigating these allegations of police misconduct.
Yes.
Maybe they are taking it seriously now. Because one of the remedies you would have had, absent the matter now being dealt with by IPAD, would have been for this honourable committee. I can't anticipate the committee's findings or recommendations. Would be, for example, to say, we had a witness narrating a string of abusive or allegedly abusive conduct, and this matter should now be referred, must be dealt with by IPAD. And that's where it is now.
I hear you, Chair, and I just pray that the process will be taken in obtaining these warning statements, because I also would appreciate the committee to call Mr. Baloy. Mr. Baloy was frustrated with the docket once he received it. Back in 2023-24, under correction, he received the docket. I will appreciate Mr. Baloy coming in from IPAD to explain what has happened with the specific docket. And also to put it on record, IPAD has another case of mine, 353 of 11/2022 of extortion by the same suspects, where they opened a string of cases against me. It's in my affidavit. So yes, I'm here on the abuse of this IDEC officials, taking me to different courts all over the province.
Maybe can I jump to something maybe more exciting, if I may put it that way. You say it's in paragraph 44 on page 74 of your affidavit.
74.
Yes, the very last paragraph, actually. You say that you want to put on the record that Mr. Paul O'Sullivan contacted you regarding an article of General Masemola and a Louis Vuitton handbag. He was looking for information that could assist him against General Masemola.
Yes.
Why did you deem it necessary to put this into your affidavit?
I think it's about a month ago. It's on my annexures. If you refer to it, I was at home and I received a call, a WhatsApp call, which I didn't take at the time. I didn't know whose number it was. I then called it back, I think about half an hour later, and just before calling it back, I received a message from that number stating it's Mr. O'Sullivan, and he wanted to talk to me. I then told him, now I was busy at a prayer and at home, and I said, no, I will talk to you tomorrow. I spoke to him the following day, and then he said to me that he's referring to an article that he has seen. I think it's in the Daily Maverick regarding Louis Vuitton handbag. And then I asked him, why is he calling me about this article? He says, no, he wants information against General Masemola. And I just told him that that he is aware that I'm coming to this committee, and I can't assist him in any way. And that was the end of the conversation. I did attach the WhatsApp conversation that he sent me on my annexure.
Did he call you perhaps because I'm trying to find the person's name, Mr. Rama. He's been convicted, and I think he's one of the accused in one of your matters.
Mr. James Ramanjulam.
Yes.
Yes, I was arrested with him in 2020,
Yes.
and then I was again arrested with him and others in case 14320 in 2022. The execution of the arrest was in Silverton, but they took us to Palmbridge, and they detained the both of us with Beluchan putting an affidavit. I think it was his third supplementary affidavit stating that I want to kill him. James and I want to kill him and the team with no case number or anything. And then James and I was in prison, I think 39 days. We put in a high court application in for bail. I got, and he didn't get, because while in prison, we were detained. I think it's the 10th day, Sergeant Beluchan and the team came to arrest him again while he's in prison and took extracts again out of that case that was struck off the roll, but this time took him to Randburg Magistrates Court.
Now, I want to ask about, what did you say his name was, Mr.
James Ramanjulam.
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 Now, he is still one of the co-accused in several of the cases that's pending. Or which case is he a
Counsel, to be honest, I saw James in court the last time in Palmbridge in 2022. He was never brought to court. I only came to find out recently there is a 204 a witness, and he was never brought to court, and I don't know the procedure. Did he just disappears, or was he supposed to be brought to court and charges withdrawn, or saying that he's a state witness? But I've never seen him. I did see him after that in 2023. I went to visit him in prison. Yeah, this time in Kosimampo.
Is he an accused in 335, the big case?
Yes.
And that case has now also been brought back.
Yes.
It's been brought back. Now, his affidavit was also next to O'Sullivan's affidavit that came before this committee. Okay. So that's why I'm curious to ask you, and if you don't know, that's fine. As a basis, perhaps, why he would have wanted to call you in connection with this allegation of a Louis Vuitton bag.
Okay. Counsel, when I opened case 12 of 7, 2022,
Okay, that
right,
for the
yes,
sake of the committee, that's your complaint.
now and explain to why he
Yeah,
contacted
this is
me.
the complaint against some of these.
Yes, the IDEC officials,
Yes.
the right, these three guys. And I found out that the investigating officer did see the national commissioner about this case that I've opened, and the investigating officer then told me he did see General Sabia. Right. It came to my attention that this IDEC official, Sunil Beluchan and Dylan Perumal, was going and using this case of the Louis Vuitton handbag to get appointed at the police. I don't know which section it is, but to be appointed without following the process. Right? I then sent a letter to the National Commissioner, which is in my annexures, telling him, General, you are aware that these guys are the suspects in the case that are opened. And it came to my attention that you are on the verge of appointing them. And regarding that letter, it then got leaked out to the news. It was a news article. And that's how O'Sullivan, or that's why maybe O'Sullivan tried to contact me thinking that I have evidence against General Masamula about a Louis Vuitton handbag and not asking me anything about the IDEC officials. That's
Okay.
it.
The reason why I also went straight to that allegation is because it also seems to be the case that you are connected with some high-profile persons who's either with you and accused, or they have been accused, charged, prosecuted, and sentenced, like this other gentleman you referred to. And I wanted to lead on from that. How do you get to see and to speak directly with a very senior official like General Sabia?
Right.
Because, again, you're going to answer. It's not as if your complaints have not been heard or listened to by General Sabia, General Masemola. You've gone right to the top, isn't it? You've complained. So my question is, Sabia, how do you get to see him? How do you go? Do you phone him up? You WhatsApp him and say, I would like to see you? He's a busy man.
Yes. At that time, when I opened the case, the investigating officer then, Mr. Sergeant Shlangule, made contact with the National Commissioner, right? And that's when he told me he had a meeting with General Sabia and the National Commissioner regarding this specific case. And that's when I went personally looking for where General Sabia is. And many times I waited for outside his office, asking him, what's the status of my docket? That's how I met him, by the investigating officer telling me that the docket is moved now to organized crime. He's no more at provincial. He's at national organized crime now. But the docket is gone with the investigating officer under General Sabia. So I didn't know politics. I don't know politics. I don't know the system. Only after General Mkhwanazi's statement, I then understood why nothing was done to 12 of 7. Because General Sabia was very aware of the suspects and so forth. So I then understood why. So the investigating officer, Mr. Shlangule, should be called in, and he will explain how it got to General Sabia and what happened from there. Yeah.
But what we do know from your narrative that nothing happened.
Nothing happened. I complained to inspectorate. I met General Jacobs. I went there with one of my co-accused in our case 143, and we opened up a case there at inspectorate. And the docket was then taken from General Sibiya's office to inspectorate to General Jacobs' office, and Colonel Phillips attended to us, myself and Marcel Mani. From there, Colonel Jacobs said we need to sign a consent form and send this docket now and others. It's not just 12 of 7, there's others against the same officials to General Libya at the Hawks. I left it. After some time, I sent the mail. I received the mail back from General Libya's office that they're not going to handle with the docket anymore and others. It must go back to General Sibiya. And this is not happening overnight. It's taking over time just to frustrate me and make me not worry about the docket anymore.
Now, I'm sorry, I'm not getting his pronunciation.
Ramanjulam.
Ramanjulam. Now, Mr. Ramanjulam, you haven't seen his affidavit.
When applying for my bail relaxation in Palm Ridge, was last year, his affidavit was disposed to my legal counsel, which I had no interest in reading. Then 2 days, 3 days ago, I think Mr. Romano sent me his that same affidavit. Yes, but I did not read it.
Oh, you didn't read it, so
No.
I can't ask you about it.
No, I didn't read his affidavit because I know where that is based on. I know this man personally. I know what this IDEC officials did to him. So mentally, I was not willing to entertain that affidavit. I was concentrating on my stuff, my affidavit, and my annexures, because it's going back for many years now. Because I have a paper trail on everything. I didn't want to go and frustrate myself with his.
Because I think you told me in our consultation that we had, the brief one, that you know that he was tortured. And so you didn't read his affidavit because you assume that the affidavit was made, or whatever he said is under duress.
100%, Counsel.
Okay. So the reason why I asked you whether you had seen his affidavit is that if you do take the time to do that, maybe you should, before your various trials come up. He makes allegations against a lot of people and a lot of important people. And he makes allegations about the Louis Vuitton bags. You've seen that?
No,
oh, sorry, you haven't seen it. And you'll also see, if one goes through the list of 70-odd accused, and especially the natural persons, in the big case, the 335 case, he also makes allegations against them. So I think you should read it, especially if the state intends to call him as a witness. He, as we know, he's been prosecuted, and he's a convicted criminal.
It's the first time I'm hearing that he's that he is convicted.
You don't know he's in jail?
No.
Okay. All right. Have you pleaded in any of these cases?
No.
So these cases, you don't know how far they are with investigating them, whether they're ripe for trial or anything like that?
From my last appearance 2 days ago, Advocate Shabalala puts on record that he is postponing the matter, reason being on the outcome of my High Court application. Because the High Court application has merits on all these baby cases and the 335 that he has brought back on the roll.
Okay. Now, I'm going to not ask you any questions in relation to any of these cases, because it seems to me to be a pointless exercise, given that we can't ask you about the merits of these cases. So I'm going to give you an opportunity and then I'm going to end my questioning, to perhaps try and summarize the conduct of the various officials that you complain of, and perhaps with the prosecutor in this case, in all these cases, Mr. Shabalala.
It's fine. Can I go
Yes.
ahead? Can I start at the beginning, counsel? Right? And then I can run you down to how you obtained 3 warrants, executed at different times, how he lied to the judge, he perjured himself. I have all. Can I?
Yeah, but I wouldn't. Obviously, I ask questions and
Okay. Can I?
speak subject to the direction of the honourable chair. But we need to restrict you to summarize the conduct of each one: Baluchan, Perumal, Shabalala, Low, because that is at I think you conceded that, not conceded, but you said that at the beginning when we summarize these matters, that's at the heart of your complaint, is that these 4 officers have made your life and your family's life a hell, isn't it? And I
Yes.
think you characterize it.
And the other
summarize
accused.
it as, yeah. So maybe just briefly on each one.
Okay. After the case was struck off the roll in 2021, 2022 February, 7th of February, Baluchan, Perumal, Shabalala, and the same magistrate signed a warrant. There was 3 warrants: 143 of 1 2022, 144 of 1 2022, 145 of 1 2022. Counsel, you must remember all of these warrants were signed on the same day by the same magistrate, same prosecutor, same IO, right? The first warrant was executed on the 7th of February 2022. I was then taken to Palmbridge Magistrate, take me to Court 16, Pretoria Magistrates Court. They rather decided to take us to Palmbridge Magistrates Court, which is 95 kilometers away from Silverton, right? I was detained with others. On the 25th of March 2022, I was released on bail, right? On the 4th of June 2022, Baluchan and the team, it's the same people we're talking about now, Perumal, Baluchan, Shabalala. On the 4th of June 2022, they're outside my house. Happy anniversary. Because the initial arrest of the big case struck off the roll, they arrested us on the 4th of June. It was a Saturday. And when I got to the station, there was many other people there. That was on case 145. While processing me, he said, keep your bags packed up. I'm coming for you next week. Monday, getting bail. I got out Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, on my way to sign my bail, under my bail conditions. I get a call that they're outside my house again, executing the next warrant, 144. So that is abuse of power. Why did they not execute these warrants at the same time on the 7th of February?
But is 144 different to the charges in the
Same charge, just different case number. Same day, everything is the same, just the case numbers changes. Same magistrate, same prosecutor, same IO. Now, when
from the big
yes,
325 case,
yes. Now,
where you had already been arrested and appeared in court
yes,
on those charges.
yes, and the case got struck off the roll. Right now, on my bail application in 143, when they first arrested me on the 7th of February, right, in Palmbridge, right? Magistrate Fenter refused my bail. I then did application in the High Court. Judge Musla asked Shabalala, The transcripts are here. Is there any other pending cases against Chetty? He said no, but he rather had 2 warrants of arrest in his back pocket. That is what he did. And also put in mind that while again detained with Ramanjulam, we are still applying for our bail at the High Court. They arrested him again whilst in prison. So that's why Ramanjulam abandoned his bail at Randburg. We're sharing the same cell. So I knew everything that he's doing. And he had to abandon the bail at Randburg. They brought him back to prison. And then Judge Musa says, no, he needs to sort the bail out in Randburg before coming to him. So I got out on bail, and he didn't. Now, after my arrest, the last arrest on 145 from those 3 cases, I then opened 1207 in July. And then I filed papers at the High Court. That is a duplication of charges. In retaliation, Beluchan called me the next year's day, it's there, and he said that me and others must appear at the NPA building for a string of SARS matters that he has opened. But at the same token, earlier that year, SARS sent me a letter or correspondence stating that they're doing an audit, and I appointed a tax practitioner. So I was complying with SARS. So I was confused now. What's going on here? By this guy opening so many cases against us. And this is done at the NPA office, and there's no SARS official. But I'm complying with SARS on the other hand. At that time, Beluchan told me that I should remove my case, withdraw my case 1207. That's when he told me to. Then I refused. It was just him, his colleague Ayanda, and I just refused. And I walked out of the office. There are many cases that he opened, the SARS matters. That is still in 2022. 2023, when I sent General Masamula the letter about his appointment, that's when retaliation came again. They arrested me again. But this time, the warrant is signed by Paul Lowe, right? But prior to that, on the 15th of February 2022, the investigating officer, Mr. Sriangule, called Mr. Shabalala to obtain a warning statement. And the following morning, Shabalala calls the investigating officer and says, General Sabia says you don't have to come and collect the warning statement. Only to find out, which I was told after I got arrested, Polo, I don't know, it's Matthew Sasoko, had a meeting with General Sabia regarding my case and obtaining the warning statement or proceeding with that case against this IDEC team. I didn't understand at that time what's going on because after I got out of prison, General Sabia told me that. This is what happened. Yes, Sabia. And he told me that. So then, when I got arrested, Sergeant Beluchan and the team puts an affidavit that I want to kill them again. Him and the team. And they just did this to silence me. Because in his affidavit, he states that I'm complaining to media houses, and I'm complaining to the National Commissioner and Parliament. All my complaints are there. Complaining about them, and nobody attended to me.
Yeah, your complaints is at paragraph 5.3 on page 16, where you reference your complaints to the National Commissioner, the Portfolio Committee on Police. I think that was when the late Timothy Peterson was still the chair of that committee.
Yes, and
also then the Hawks, the That's severe.
No, General Sabia was the head of organized crime at that time. He was the head of organized crime.
So you do. And the conduct that you've described in the few minutes that you... Sorry, my microphone is off. Sorry, Chair, I didn't realize my mic. Should I repeat So the conduct that you describe, Mr. Chetty, is also referenced at paragraph 4.21 on page 13, where you say the conduct of Perumal, Belichan, and Shabalala leaves much to be desired. I am being portrayed as a perpetual offender with numerous cases pending before the courts. I submit that the pending cases amount to one case, which stems from the investigations and or contents derived from Silverton case 335/5/2020, and all this was done to spite me, and at the time it was on 1 June 2022. And since 1 June 2022, you say that this is continued.
Yes, Counsel.
But when you've been arrested and you appeared before the courts in various matters, the relevant certificates and warrants of arrest, did you see them? Were they shown to you? Did they at least appear to you to be warrants? Did they appear to be authentic?
Counsel, when we first got arrested on 1/4/2022 and taken to Palm Bridge, my counsel did bring it to Mr. Venter's attention, the magistrate, that this merit is coming from a case struck off the roll, and we are not supposed to be in this court. We're supposed to be in court 16 in Pretoria. And Magistrate Venter looked past it. He looked past it. He didn't entertain it.
So is that your, what specifically is your complaint against, you reference Judge Musa, Magistrate Venter, and I think one other magistrate also.
Right.
Is it, do your claims against them, is it because they ignored what you were saying, didn't take into account what you were saying?
No. Firstly, Judge Musa, what I'm not complaining about. I'm saying that he asked Shabalala, that asked him if there's any other pending cases against me, and Shabalala lied and said no, there's nothing. But he actually had 2 other warrants in his back pocket. Right? Magistrate Venter, he's the one that opposed my bail in February when we appeared there the 7th, right? On baseless allegations stating that I want to kill the team. On Beluchan's 3rd supplementary, I was there on a fraud matter, but on his 3rd supplementary, he says now I want to kill him and the team, right? Magistrate Venter entertains it. We move on to my bail relaxation, which happened last year. After Magistrate Venter has opposed my bail, we were then moved to a different court, right? And I requested for bail relaxation, and the magistrate said then, submit your documents to Advocate Shabalala, and I will get everything, and we will sort it out. In the new court where I'm attending now. I never seen Mr. Venter after my bail was opposed. Never seen him again. Last year, after filing documents up and down, maybe it was on 4 occasions, sometimes Mr. Shabalala does not appear on the relaxation matter. We then go to the specific court. I think it's Magistrate Keswa. It's in here. And she then says, no, go to another court. And amazingly, I'm standing in front of Mr. Venter again. I then tell my advocate, no, this is the magistrate who opposed my bail. So we can't stand in front of him because he made his mind up already. And we then put an application for him to be removed.
So are you saying that a magistrate who refuses you bail, normally there'll be a bail hearing, you have did you get an opportunity to give evidence or for your counsel to make submissions, and the prosecutor would also make submissions or sometimes lead witnesses, and then the magistrate would make a decision?
Now
Right?
we're talking about initially.
Yes.
Mr. Venter. The whole application was done in front of him, and then he declined to give me bail.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. So you say in another bail hearing he must be recused?
The relaxation of
Well,
my.
whether it's the relaxation, which is even, which is not a denial, but just a relaxation of the conditions, that he should be recused.
On his behavior and the basis that I have on why he opposed my bail, I then spoke to my counsel and said, you know, this magistrate is not going to entertain anything regarding my bail relaxation. Because I'm signing 3 times a week. And if I have to leave the province, I need to inform the IO, which most of the time he gives me a problem, so I just stopped asking him. And when going back to Mr. Venter, the transcripts will talk for itself, whereby he says that he already made his decision on refusing to step down before hearing our arguments. And that's when I then told my counsel to abandon the bail, because he says it on record. There's no need for hearing of arguments. My judgment is made. So that's when I told my counsel, please, let's just abandon the bail.
And your other complaints against any other magistrate or presiding officer?
This is specifically on Palm Ridge. Other magistrates, you know, Advocate Shabalala just goes with the charge sheet and he just bombards any court. Counsel, I know you don't have a lot of time, but if you can see that a lot of times he keeps a charge sheet with him. A lot of times me appearing in court, there's no charge sheet. We sometimes wait for 2 hours, 3 hours. He says he needs to go and collect it from his office. Only for me to understand recently that the charge sheet is supposed to be staying at the court. So this is normality for him. This is normality for him.
Are you, in all these hearings, are you represented by counsel?
Yes.
So what does your counsel say about this conduct?
This is totally abuse of power. And that's why my counsel has put the application in. And regarding my application, it was put in 2022 on the removal of these matters. In 2023, this is when we supplemented it, only to find out in 2024, early 2024, the supplementary has been deleted off case line. Right? We then uploaded it again, added our annexures. Last year, Shabalala responds to the supplementary affidavit, but when we appeared at the court in June, was it last year? The Shabalala and the council of the MPA says that our supplementary and our annexures has been deleted. So one asks, how did Shabalala then respond to my supplementary and annexures when it's deleted? Because his affidavit is there, responding to our supplementary. But when getting to court, they tell the judge that there's no supplementary or no annexures.
Okay. Now, We know that the big case, the 335 case, Silverton case, that case has now been re-enrolled. And there was a decision to re-enroll the case. Is that because the racketeering certificate has now been authorized or issued, which wasn't the case initially?
Okay. Council, the case was struck off the roll 25th March 2021.
Yes.
The basis, the state needed more time to obtain a racketeering certificate, right? From my understanding, the state could not get a racketeering certificate. That's when they opened the baby cases, 143, 44, 45. They then realized that we found out what they did. On the was it the end of July, we then received a J175 to appear in Pretoria Magistrates Court. The summons is attached, the J175 is attached to my annexures. Right?
Yeah.
We then appeared at court and they gave us a CD with the summons. But this time, it's no more 655 pages, which was initial, it's now 450 pages. So it's common sense that they took the charges from that original case, they took out those charges and they opened the baby cases. Now that's why the case being brought on the roll is less now. The documents are less. But now,
What are you saying, that the baby cases collectively or together make up the same number of
charges,
pages or charges as 335?
100%. And there's proof here. Now, when the case was struck off the roll,
Now, how do we, as a committee, determine that that is irregular or unlawful or, as you describe it, irrational?
the magistrate gave an order with 342A.
This is not.
Yeah.
I would expect. I don't know, but I would expect this to be part of your argument in the High Court, where your application is pending to have these charges
Yes.
set aside.
You know, Council, I'm not here to prove my innocence. I'm not here. I'm here to show the abuse of power from IDEC, the NPA, the SAPS, the judiciary, whereby I have proof of how does one bring 42 people to court and you're not even on the court register. We're not on the court register. It's attached. The court register is attached on the day. I requested for transcripts from the transcriber on the day. It's attached there. I then go to the clerk of the court and request return of service and so forth on the J175, on that case being brought back. Up to date, nothing. The summons that we received, I approached the government printing works in Vasahi Street. They referred me to a deputy director. His name is in there. The email is attached. Whereby I went with the summons and he told me this thing has been superseded in 2014. Meaning, it's no longer valid. The summons we received, there's no signature on it. There's no signature. There's no charge. Just to put it, Council, this summons was drafted out at a Protea Hotel. I attached the location sent to me by Nico Williams. It was sent to me, and I went to go and collect the summons because the first time they wrote the summons out, they had a problem. So they asked me to come back. He sent me his location, and he's busy sitting with a stamp from the court, right? And stamping J175s in Protea Hotel in Hatfield. It's Protea Hotel, yes. And whatever I'm saying here, Council, my attachments are there. So me and everyone else is appearing for this 335 case, actually illegally, where we're not even on the court books. And I personally, it's not getting from a third person. A lot of this information, I've done it myself over the years. So it's not anybody throwing documents under the table or anything like that.
Yes.
if you can see the summons that I went to Vasahi Street, there is a paper trail. If the committee wants to go and have a look in and request government printing wants to come, they're going to tell you the same thing as the guy sat with me and showed me on the system. The summons has been superseded in 2014. In Pretoria Magistrates Court, in other courts, the summons that we received is outdated.
Tell me, I'm looking at the section of your affidavit which deals with, it's on page 51, paragraph 11.1, SARS Financial Institution, and that's Silverton 353/11/2022. Does that relate to the charges of tax fraud?
Yes. That specific case that I opened, I then went, after my arrest for the SARS matter, after these guys called me to the NPA office and signing these warning statements for these SARS matters, I then went back to General Sabia's office. I didn't see him personally, but I saw one of the colonels or brigadiers there, and he told me he will send an investigating officer to come and take my statement, which he did. I then received a message the next day with the case number of this SARS matter, and I am aware that this case of 353 has been investigated deeply already by the investigating officer. Me as a complainant, she has told me everything that is, or most of the things that is transpired in this specific case now. But she has blockages at IPAD. Blockages because she has been going to Eastern Cape doing investigations, and as she's getting momentum, she has been stopped by IPAD, by her seniors, stating that there's no budget to go to the Eastern Cape.
The matter that's before the High Court, that matter was taken there on the 19th of March, 2024.
Page number?
Page 58, paragraph 12.10. And that matter was struck off the roll for a second time by Madam Justice Newkircher for a second time. So as I would again assume that it was struck off the roll because of a lack of urgency, but the matter, has it been re-enrolled? Have your lawyers put it back on the roll?
Now, counsel, this matter that you're referring to has to do with my AFU matter.
Oh, the asset forfeiture?
Yes.
It's a different matter.
But it emanates from...
Although it's related.
It emanates from 335 of 5/2020, just as I'm telling you about the summons that we received. And we were brought to court illegally, right? Right. So what Sergeant Baruchan and the team does, his affidavit is there. He uses a different court case number to go and apply for this AFU order on a rule nisi. His affidavit is there where he misleads the judge completely, he lies. He gets the order. Fast forward, we go to court, the matter is struck off the roll. When the matter was struck off the roll, the curator, Mr. Sean Williams, was supposed to release our assets. And I'm not talking about mine alone, we're many in this case. Under correction now, I'm not on the right page. The case was struck off the roll 3 times, if more. I have an email here from Advocate Wilson, who works with Advocate Shabalala, Low, and I will explain that later on, that he sent an email to the curator stating that he is aware that the curator is in possession of all our assets illegally, because the case has been struck off the roll. And he's willing to keep our assets until the case is back on the roll, reinstated. Now, one can see here that once the case is struck off the roll and the system, let's call it the system, IDEC, these guys, don't get away. But the next week, the case is back on the roll under urgent. They still don't get away. They still get stuck off the roll. They do it again and again. Now, this is completely abuse of power, whereby the curator is appointed by the master's office. He's not appointed by the NPA. I've been to the master's office. Unfortunately, I didn't attach so much information here. My records is at the master's office. And counsel, just to put it on record, when I approached the master's office, they said, yes, this is illegal. So I asked them, what is the remedy? My assets are frozen. I have nowhere to go. They're telling me I should go to a high court myself and do an application. What knowledge have I got to do an application at the court now for what I'm telling them? Because they were aware now that, and they even took the documents from me of the fake summons. We didn't actually appear in court. The application was made to the AFU to court with a different court case number, which is not appearing initially. But where I'm getting at, the Mr. Wilson tells Mr. Wilson and Nicole Peters, because she works with the IDEC at the AFU, tells the curator they're aware that he has our assets illegally. Yeah?
Is that the complaint that your dad lodged originally?
It has to do with the same curator.
Yes.
It has to do something. I didn't even read my
dad's.
dad.
That was originally the complaint that he lodged. Yes.
Now, my main thing is when it's abuse of power shows with the NPA and the curator, whereby Mr. Wilson took instructions from Mr. Wilson. Williams took instructions from Wilson, stating that, we know you got these things illegally, basically, but keep it until we bring back the case on the roll. So they carry on putting the case back on the roll until they get what they want to reinstate the rule, Nisi. The court orders are there, it speaks for itself.
But Mr. Chetty, you are legally represented in all of these matters.
Counsel, the system, I have proof. If you want, you can take me by my hand.
Too much for your legal counsel.
No, you can take me by my hand. The members can take me by my hand. And all of General Mkhwanazi's allegations, whatever his briefing is, I can physically take you and show you what is going on. And I'm not representing myself here. There's many people behind me, and also people have died. There's people in 335 that have died because of this abuse of power by Beluchan, Perumal, Shabalala.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I was going to speak standing. So at least the microphone is now on. When you say you have no further questions, Advocate, do you mean you have come to the end of presentation of evidence?
Yes, sir.
Along the thematic areas that you have prepared.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you so much. Mr. Chetty, you have 20 minutes before we break. Can I check with you if there is anything that you think you you want to bring to the attention of this committee. The senior counsel has done what he felt was relevant for the work of the committee. And if there is anything that you think is also relevant in your own accord to the work of this committee, you can share with us. And if you are satisfied with the manner in which evidence was led, you can just say, look, Chairperson and honorable members, I think we have presented what was meant for this committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Right. In May 2021, James Romanjulam opened a case against Sergeant Baluchan and Dylan Perumal. 97/5/2021. There is a warrant of arrest against Sergeant Baluchan. Now, if you go back to the date, 2021, this was all in retaliation to arrest James Romanjulam and others. But now again, let's go back to 97/5/2021. A warrant officer went to go and execute the warrant in East London. Polo, Richard Tyler Shabalala, Perumal, Brigadier Titiwe. I think it's in his statement, the ex-Provincial Commissioner of Eastern Cape promised that Baluchan will hand himself over the Monday morning. Up to date, he has never appeared in court on this warrant of arrest. Now we're going back to 2021. What happened from there? We got arrested, I got arrested, and a lot of things has happened from then. So we go to 2023. I went to the magistrate's court, and then I went to the clerk of the court and I queried this case number. And they came back to me and said that the case is still, the warrant is still valid on Sunil Baluchan. I said, okay. I then went back to Pretoria West Police Station. And the station commander was not there. I requested to see someone that can assist me with this case, only to find out this case has been undetected. And there's a duplicate docket open now. So I was confused now because I'm aware there's a warrant of arrest that's there, and now there's a duplicate docket on the same case, 97/5/2021. I went back to the magistrate's court on one of my appearances because I'm often appearing there on these different cases. And I asked, like, what is going on here? This was, I think, late 2023 with this specific case, because now I'm aware there's a warrant of arrest and now the case is closed as undetected. So I asked myself a question, doesn't this play with the statistics of the records of the SAPS? Someone then came to me when I appeared at court and they gave me a letter signed by Nico Williams that collected the docket from DPP's office. The same docket, 97/5/2021. The letter is in my annexures. He took the docket and went to go and give it to Sergeant Baluchan, who is the suspect and is in possession of his own warrant now. Now, I did bring this to the attention of IPID. I did bring it to the attention of IPID, and the investigating officers are aware of it. Now, Nico Williams came from Eastern Cape, who is one of the team members of this IDEC team. He arrested me many times. He takes the case to Zwelicha and its attention to Brigadier Perumal. who resigned from the police in 2020. So this docket of 97 of 5, 2021, instead of it being in Pretoria West, it's in Zwelicha, and it's in the hands of Sergeant Beluchan. Now, this case is from 2021, on May. How many arrests has Beluchan made, having his own warrant of arrest with him? He arrested senior politicians. I've watched on TV, I was shocked. The same team again. And recently, I've seen on news how he arrested General Kumalo. But I asked myself a question. Now, this guy is untouchable. He has a warrant of arrest where he's in possession of, right? But he's busy arresting people and taking them to the same court where he must appear.
You mean his own...
warrant of arrest. He's J50.
So he must arrest himself?
No, he got a docket with himself, so nobody can arrest him. He sent Nico Williams. The letter is here, where Nico went to collect it.
So what you are saying is that a warrant of arrest has been issued, and because he's the one who receives those warrants, he's keeping it with himself.
100%, Chair.
So let's say, so that we do an illustration for people to, if Honorable Ngola is the one who approves warrants, or he makes a decision that I must be arrested, and then when he has signed, and then for the warrants to be executed, they are sent to my office, and I'm one of those people whose warrants have been signed for execution, and then I keep my warrant, but I may release the warrants of other people. They get arrested and I don't get arrested because I'm having my warrant with me.
100%.
Who signed the warrant?
Pretoria Magistrates Court.
Let me say, before the warrant went to his possession, who signed it?
Who signed
the warrant? Yeah.
Meaning the warrant was there, the arrest was there. Who signed for the docket to be taken to him? Nico Williams, who is part of this IDEC team. It's one of his close friends.
So if this committee has to ask questions, who is the authority that we must address our questions to? To say, we hear that you have signed this docket, and there is this warrant in the name of Lakhanyane that is out, but it's not being executed. Who is the person that the committee can write to?
Chairperson, the owner of those warrants.
My understanding is that when you share this information with us, you are sharing this information with us to say, in your terms of reference that you are investigating, there are these corrupt practices that I'm observing in the system. I understand you correctly? And you, maybe as Parliament or as a committee of Parliament, there is a way you can intervene. Is that correct?
Yes. Because.
And so if we are to intervene, let's say we want to intervene, we want to write a letter for a written response to say, there is a witness who appeared before us. The witness has said the following. We want to know from you as the authorities. Do we write to the DPP? Who do we write to?
We write to the National
Maybe
Commissioner.
before you, let's hear Honorable Ngola.
No, let me help, Chair.
Yeah.
I think part of what is important was Mr. Chetty is mentioning the magistrate who signed off the warrant of arrest. So the best way from where I'm seated is to write to the magistrate commission to communicate with the magistrate himself to confirm or corroborate whether he has signed a warrant of arrest in this name together with his name, so that we get that confirmation. Whenever we want to deliberate around it, we have got the evidence before us. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Yes, you heard
Chair.
what he said.
Yes. But
Do
from
you-
my
do
view,
you concur?
no, from my view, this warrant of arrest is there. It has been floating around all over social media. But unfortunately, from my understanding, you need the original warrant to execute a warrant, right? I did approach the police station where the warrant was approved. But on the system again, I'm showing you it's undetected. But here, there is actually a warrant of arrest. And this police station is aware that there's a warrant of arrest, but they is too scared.
Which is that police?
Police station, Pretoria West detectives.
And then who do you say is the relevant person there who can explain what you are saying?
The station commander should be aware of everything.
And who is that station commander?
I don't know who's the station commander. But the warrant of arrest is there, and he is in possession of
it's
his
fine.
own warrant.
We had to
Yes.
let's afford Honorable Ngola. Maybe he can be helpful.
Yeah, Chair, I think even in that instance, because he has the name of the police station, he has the name of he has the dates and all the necessary details. So we may probably need to write to the Provincial Commissioner to give us that information because we want
we
it.
write to the National Commissioner.
Yes, we can.
He's the one who knows the people under his line of command or authority, who will then provide those details. You can proceed.
Chair, I think we didn't go through it. I first received, when I got arrested in February 2022, the 7th of February, in August, September, I received the restraint order by Advocate Wilson, Beluchan, the same team now. We're not shying away from anyone, the same guys. That is in 2022. They gave me a restraint order, another AFU matter on items of mine. But then they gave me another AFU order, which was in 2023. And again, it was duplicated.
When you say AFU, what do you mean? Because
Asset forfeiture unit.
oh,
So they froze my things twice, again duplication, by the same prosecutor, the same Advocate Wilson, the same people. These people are not shying away. It's not changing. The same people. And at this time, when I received my summons, the people that approached me was from the NPA with no number plates on their car. I sent a letter to the security at my estate. They said these people forced themselves entry. When receiving my summons, the sheriff, the lady that she says she's from the sheriff, gave me my documents, and I said, is there no receipt or must I sign? She said, no, you got yours, I got mine, bye.
so you want to say you were ill-treated?
No. I'm saying I was served the summons illegally, number one. Number two, it's the same.
Oh.
It's the same advocate, Mr. Wilson. And he called me directly asking if I received the summons.
You categorize it as unlawful action.
Yes. But now we're talking about the same team,
Yeah.
the same people.
Yeah. So don't you think that such matters are matters that you must raise? Do they fall? Do they go together with the case that has been opened?
It is in my iPad case. It is there, but only 2 days ago I get a call now from 2022 that it's with the investigating officer now. So up to 2 days ago I was still hanging in limbo, not knowing what's going on.
Yeah, I'm saying that we may not be the relevant forum where you raise those issues, because if they are with IPIT, it's a matter between you and your lawyer that when you appear before IPIT,
yes,
you raise those issues for them to make the determination on the lawfulness or unlawfulness of the actions of those officers.
You see, Chairperson, I'm just here to show the abuse of power. Just court things that I'm sorting out, I will sort it out in court. Also, but-
I agree. Let me tell you, because some of these issues now, they do not end with the currency of the ad hoc committee. Even after the lifespan of the ad hoc committee would have come to an end, you still have Honorable Cameron, who is a member of this committee, who is the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee of Policy. That plays oversight. You have Honorable Ngola, who is a chairperson of the Portfolio Committee of Justice. So any citizen of this country can write to them as an oversight organ of Parliament and say, there are the following matters that I want to bring to your attention. And if you feel that they are not doing their work, you can still write to the office of the Speaker to say, I have gone to the Portfolio Committee, I've gone to Honorable Member so and so, I did not get the relief that I wanted. No, I feel that I must now write to your office as the Speaker of Parliament. Yes.
Yes, I understand.
Do you hear
Thank
what I'm saying?
I hear you.
Yeah. I'm saying that I'm giving you a chance so that when you leave here, if during the presentation of evidence between yourself and the evidence leader, you feel that there is something which would have fallen between the cracks, but you think must not escape these proceedings, you give us that information to say. Within your terms of reference, also look at the following. Yeah.
Yes, Chair.
You can proceed.
So where was I? Chair, you must just take it in consideration. I was arrested 5 times by the same prosecutor, the same investigating officer. And I'm not talking about me alone. We are many.
Yeah.
Same prosecutor, same investigating officer.
At Pretoria West.
First arrested in Silverton. The case got struck off the roll. Né? We went to Pretoria Magistrates Court. Then again, 143. It was 143, 144, 145. Same Magistrates Court, Pretoria. The first one, we were taken to Palm Ridge, but the J50 says come to Pretoria Magistrates Court. They took us 95 kilometers away. The second one, after appearing in prison and then coming out on bail, he is executing it on the 4th of June, saying happy anniversary regarding the matter that was struck off the roll. While processing me, he says, keep your bags packed. He executes the next one, the following Friday. Is that not abuse of power? Being arrested so many times in a short notice, having these 3 warrants and not executing it at the same time, when there's the same charge, same prosecutor, same IO, same magistrate signed it on the same day. That's why I've been fighting. I've been sending letters everywhere. But no one has been assisting. Chairperson, I understand. You're saying write a letter. I've been writing. There's a paper trail of everything.
Did you write to them, the police and...
Yes, General Masamula, Andrea Johnson. I was amazed that Andrea Johnson knew my surname because she never responded to any of my complaints. But when she was here, she's talking about Chetty's allegations. But I'm like, wow, I didn't get no response from her. Yes, Shamila Batoy, she's aware of these cases.
Yeah.
You know, it's all there. It's everything
Look,
is there.
I'm not the wisdom of this committee. Honorable members are going to interact with you when we come back. And obviously, if there are matters, there are no team matters that you present here. And members even go to an extent of suggesting how they think some of the matters should be processed. So I hope that all that you are presenting with us members are noting. We are going to allocate them time to ask questions. You will respond, and they will suggest on how they think your matters should be processed. Is there any other thing except your repeated arrest that you say repeated arrest by same people, and you view that as abuse of organizational authority?
Yes, Chairperson. Also, the courts. how they manipulate the courts by bringing public. It's obviously, this has been happening for a long time.
Yeah.
You're bringing people to court, but you're actually not on the court register. You're serving a summons which is fake. And in my view, it has not happened the first time. It's not happened the first time. It's just that I maybe found out and I just carried on digging, saying that there are many, many people appearing in court nowadays, and I don't even think that some of them should actually be in court. It's just abuse of power.
Okay. Do you have anything or further, Mr. Chet? It's 1 o'clock now. The members may want to break. We are going to Parliament. We are going to come back at 5. Can you check? Can I check if the time I allocated you would have exhausted the matters that you wanted to raise with us?
No, it's fine. It's fine. I'm fine. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Honorable members, I'm coming back to you. We are going to come back to our proceedings at 5. We are going to resume at Good Hope Chambers. Let me see. How many of you will want to ask the witness questions? Okay, no, we have a reason to come back at 5. Because when we started, it was like you did not have questions. But now I see you have. Can I check, Honorable Ngola, what is the time that you suggest we must allocate to you?
5 minutes, Chair.
5 minutes?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay. So it's only you from the ANC will be asking questions?
Only me, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. From MKP, I see Honorable Nomvalo and Honorable Skosana. 10 minutes. How many, Honorable Skosana? Good afternoon and welcome. Thank you so much for your resilience. I can see you have not been well for the past 2 days and you requested to go and consult. But you are showing your resilience. Yeah. How many minutes will you want? Honorable Skosan. And Honorable Nomvalo, you said 10. So the two of you combined is 40. Okay. Honorable Matthews.
30, Chair.
30 minutes, yeah. Bangazita.
15.
15. Okay. Honorable Sols.
30 minutes, Chairperson.
30. No. Look, there is nothing funny about it. Honorable Sols is very loyal to the committee decisions because the committee has said that each and every speaker will be allocated 30 minutes. So he's very loyal, unflinching to our committee decisions.
It says a maximum, Chair, of 30 minutes. It says a maximum of 30 minutes.
He uses the maximum. He plays 90 minutes. Honorable Vessels, nothing. Not even a second. Okay. Honorable James.
5 minutes, please.
5 minutes. Okay. It means today we may be done around 7:30 or 8. So I will use the remainder of the time between the time you finish asking questions and 10 o'clock will be used by the chairperson. So that we stay true to our finishing time of 10 o'clock and 11. So you will be patient with me tonight if I engage the witness for 2 hours. And then, Bonani, may we just make sure that all the witnesses who are coming tomorrow, we confirm with the members today by close of business that we have been able to get all of them. Yeah. Thanks very much, Mr. Chetty. Thank you so much, Advocate Arense. Honorable members, we are now going to break. At 2 o'clock, we are expected to be at the dome. Is the dome? Yeah. For the business of the National Assembly. And once we are done, we will gather at the Good Hope Chambers for members to start engagements with the witness. Thank you so much. May we please stand up and leave the chamber. House. And we must just proceed. If there is anybody who comes, they will join the proceedings when they are underway. Welcome back, honorable members. Welcome back, Advocate Arense, and our witness,
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Mr. Chetty.
Mr. Chetty.
And let me acknowledge the presence of the following honorable members from the MKP: Honorable Mani, Honorable Litchfield Shabalala, and Honorable Malinga. Thank you so much for coming to join us and grace our proceedings. Every time, Honorable Mani knows very well that every time members come here, we acknowledge them because the work that we do is not in our name, but it's in the name of the National Assembly and Parliament of the Republic, and in the name of the people of South Africa. So when you come here, you are public representatives, and the people who elected you to be here must know that you also take interest in these proceedings. Advocate Arense, can I check if there are any remarks you want to make?
Honorable Chair, no, thank you. Mr. Chetty is here. I think when we last adjourned, it was now for honorable members to pose their questions.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Chetty, can I reaffirm that you are still under oath?
Yes, Honorable Chair.
Thank you so much. Honorable Skosana.
Chair, I just want us to check the issue of a quorum.
We correct.
Out of 17, how many are we?
No, we have 11.
Yes, 11 members.
Full members.
Yes.
Yes, so you must check the number of full members who are here.
1, 2, 3, 4.
We have a quorum.
So, okay, so we turn the alternates into full members.
No, we did not have Honorable Malema this morning. So in the absence,
Yes.
in terms of our
Yes.
rules,
Yes,
in the absence of a full member, the alternate.
becomes a full member. Yeah.
Yeah, so we have a quorum.
So we try.
If he was here this morning, that could be a reason.
Yeah, I was just checking to make sure that we are not being challenged.
Yeah, I ascertained it before we
Thank you, Chair.
started. And thank you so much for bringing that matter to our attention. Can I start with you, Honorable Sols? You don't want to start? Okay. I wanted to start from that side to this side.
No, I prefer the rotation.
Okay. So from the ANC, it's only your Honorable Ngola who will be engaging with the witness.
Yes, Chair, it's only me, but can we please revise the time from 5 to 15 minutes?
Oh, okay.
For only one speaker.
I don't have a problem. Mr. Chet, we are about to start. Is there anything you want to say to these members?
Yes, Honorable Chair.
Yeah.
When we started this morning, we did not go from the beginning of my affidavit to the end. I understand maybe why the evidence leader went on certain elements of my affidavit, but we're like talking about certain cases like 12 of 7 of 2022. I did not start from the beginning to where it is now. I started halfway to where it is now. The 2 days I got a call from iPad. So certain things like that. I would appreciate that if we can.
What do you want to say?
That like at the beginning of my affidavit example, I talked about SCOPA.
Yeah, what I'm saying to you is
Yes.
that if there is anything you want to say, you can say it now.
Yes. I would appreciate us running through my affidavit from the beginning on key elements that is going to bring us to the conclusion of why I'm here. Because we did miss the beginning. Me complaining about.
What I'm saying is
Yes.
that if there is anything that you want to clarify,
Yes.
because the evidence leaders have done their work with you, you can clarify anything that you want to clarify.
No, it's fine. Thank you.
You can start now.
Okay. What I want to clarify is I need to explain Silverton case 97 of 5, 2022. The case was registered in May 2021, sorry, 97 of 5, 2021. And it was then executed by a warrant officer, David Mashaba, who was working up to recently at the ex-minister of police's office as dealing with his queries. Queries meaning dealing with cases. So that specific warrant officer went to execute this 97 of 5, 2021 and was stopped by these IDEC officials. His statement is in my affidavit. I got a hold of his affidavit. And Advocate Shabalala, Dylan Perumal, Paul Lowe promised he will surrender himself, who is Sunil Beluchan, on the Monday morning, which never happened. What rather happened was the colonel of Pretoria West Police Station called to the late General Mfazi's office with the docket. And that's where the original docket was taken by the late General Mfazi. And the docket was then never given back to Pretoria West Police Station. And that is when Nico Williams collected this warrant of arrest and gave it to the suspect to keep, who's Sunil Beluchan, which is attached in my annexures. The letter is attached where Nico Williams signed for it and gave it to Beluchan. Who is the suspect? He's a suspect in his own case now. Then, went back to Pretoria West Police Station. The docket is saved as undetected. But now, there's two dockets. One is a warrant of arrest, and the other one is undetected. And be going to the magistrate's court, inquiring on this case number. The case is still open. It has never been executed. So that is just what I wanted to explain regarding case, Pretoria West case 97 of 5, 2021, that I know it's still valid. And the only way this thing can be dealt with, me trying to complain to the NDPP, the DPP of the same cabal, where I'm always hitting a dead wall, a brick wall. There's no, you're not getting no attention. There's nothing there. So I would suggest that the National Commissioner looks into this, because Sunil Beluchan is busy arresting people and taking them to the same court where he needs to be, where he needs to appear. Right, that's fine. And on 12 of 7, can I go on to that, Chair? 12 of 7, 20...
That is the next matter.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Silverton case, 12 of 7, 2022, was opened by myself on the merits of what I have here on the duplication of charges from case 335 that was struck off the roll by the magistrate in Pretoria Magistrates Court. And charges were taken out and 3 baby dockets were opened from the case struck off the roll. The proof of that is in my annexures. Now, When I opened the case, it was taken to organized crime, Gauteng. From there, the investigating officer then made means. I don't know how he met with the National Commissioner, General Masamula. He showed him the merits of this case. And the investigating officer then told me, the National Commissioner has never seen this before. Duplication, a copy and paste of charges. The investigating officer then came to me and said that they arranged another meeting with the head of organized crime, who was General Sabia. He then met up with General Sabia and General Masamula. After meeting with General Sabia and Masamula, the investigating officer came back to me and said, I met up with General Sabia and Masamula, and this is the way going forward. I'm moving now to organized crime, national. It only came to me to understand recently why the investigating officer then got moved to organized crime national. It was because, in my view, General Sabia had to manage the investigating officer on this specific docket 12 of 7. I went to General Sabia's office many times, asking on the status of the docket. I also asked the investigating officer, and he told me that the docket is in the safe. I then eventually, over the years, this started from like 2022 now, I went to Inspectorate, and I saw General Jacobs, Colonel Phillips. I opened up a case with a co-accused of mine in 335 and of the Palm Ridge matter. We opened up a complaint at Inspectorate, and Colonel Phillips entertained us. Eventually, he called for the docket from General Sabia's office. The docket went to him. We met him. He perused the docket. And then he said he's closing our complaint and sending it to the Hawks, to General Libya's office. So, Chair, you must just take into account that this docket now is taking the full circle. It's going everywhere. There's a lot of hands touching it. But me as a complainant, I didn't have access to my docket because I needed to add a supplementary. By then, the other cases, the other baby cases, the dockets were, the indictments were disclosed to us. The dockets were disclosed to us, so I needed to add a supplementary. I was never given that opportunity up to today. From the time it went to Inspectorate, he then sent it to the Hawks and General Labia. I received the email from Lieutenant Colonel van Staden. Just to place it on record, this Colonel van Staden is the same colonel that is a suspect in Lorette Joubert case now. Lorette Joubert is a co-accused with me. And she opened up a case against torture against Sunil Beluchan, Dylan Perumal, and this Colonel van Staden. So Lorette Joubert's case, my case, 12 of 7, and Marcel Mani's case were sent to the Hawks and sent back to me now and stating that we're not dealing with your matter. We are sending it back to DPCI. At that time now, General Sabia is the Deputy National Commissioner. I went back to him, making a lot of noise. Now, this is not happening overnight. It's due time, to a process. After then seeing General Sabia, he told me he can't deal with this matter because these people is the same people that arrested his ex-wife. I said, General, now what do I do? What do I do? I've complained to you, I've complained to Parliament, I went to General Masamula, I went everywhere. If you don't want to prosecute, let us just give me the certificate and we look for other options. Because this is going through a long time now. Eventually the docket went to iPad. Mr. Baloy then calls me. I think it's late 2023, under correction. And he tells me, Mr. Chetty, I received your docket here, amongst others, and please come and visit me. I went to visit him. When meeting Mr. Baloy, I looked at the docket and I was amazed because the docket is not the same docket that I opened back in 2022. Mr. Baloy tells me the C-clip is missing, there's information missing from this docket because what my affidavit is saying, it's not talking to my annexures. I said, Mr. Baloy, this thing has been tampered with. The memory stick that I attached is empty now. He told me. So it took us about 3 weeks or longer to put the docket together. Eventually, we got it right. Mr. Baloy then takes the docket to Pretoria Magistrates Court to add 2 SPPs. He leaves the docket there. I think it took 6 months, Chair, honorable members, 6 months. And I just put a lot of pressure on Mr. Baloy every maybe month or 2 months, checking on him, what is going on. Eventually, the SPP contacted Mr. Baloy after Mr. Baloy was going all the time there for the docket on their decision. They tell Mr. Baloy that to look into this case is above their pay grade. This is senior people involved. Mr. Baloy then takes the docket to the DPP's office, to Advocate Modibi. Advocate Modibi kept the docket maybe for a good couple of months. Eventually, Mr. Baloy calls me and tells me that, Mr. Chetty, come to my office. I need to explain something to you. When I got to him, I see the docket on his table. And there's a letter from Mr. Modibe saying that, Advocate Modibe, stating that he declines to prosecute because my complaint of the High Court matter is not the same charges in the Magistrates Court matter. But I never complained nothing about the High Court. It was always about the Magistrates Court. The case struck off the roll. I'm comparing the merits of the case struck off the roll to the case in Palm Ridge. So now then, Mr. Baloy gives me the letter. I then went through the letter. I then asked the DPP of North Gauteng for the Nolly prosecution certificate. I never got it. We requested it, I think, about 3 times, but still no response. We eventually then sent a letter to Shamila Batoy. Advocate Batoy is very aware of this case. She knows everything. She knows the merits, she knows the charges, she knows exactly what's going on, because IPAD as well approached her. I then, after sending a letter to Batoy, I received a letter from, I think it's Advocate Erasmus, under correction, his name is there, stating that he's looking into this matter as urgent. But honorable members, I didn't ask him. I didn't ask them to review the docket. I asked for my certificate. This was in 2025. 5, January last year, he sent it. My lawyer didn't send him a letter. Please, what is your urgent? What is your urgent? Please, we just need our certificate to move on. And then, surprisingly, 2 days ago, I received a letter from Mr. Modibe stating that my matter is going to be heard at, we need to exhaust all avenues and it has to go to the NDPP. But Mr. Modibe did not realize that the docket is actually with Mr. Notanando, Advocate Notanando, that called Mr. Baloy to collect the docket for the warning statements now. So, Mr. Modibe is the same guy, the same advocate that declined to prosecute from the beginning. But now he's saying we need to go to the NDPP to exhaust all avenues. But Mr. Baloy got a call already from the DPP's office to collect the docket and get the warning statements. But this happens 2 days ago. And this is from 2022. I've been open this case. I sat outside General Sabia's office for hours. I went to the inspectorate for hours. I exhausted all avenues. I sent a complaint to the late Tina Jomet Peterson on the same matter. And surprisingly, the day before the late Ms. Peterson passed on, the same IDEC officials was with her. I'm just putting this all on record because I've been crying and complaining. My complaints are all here, but nobody is listening. Not to prove, I'm not looking for innocence here. I just want to prove the abuse of power by these IDEC officials and the judiciary and certain organs of state, like SARS as well. If one can go through my annexures and see the warning statements we signed for the SARS matters, Nico Williams told me that he used bank statements from McKay struck off the roll and a calculator to trump up these amounts. But on the other hand, we are complying with SARS. When I complain to SARS responds to me that I must go and speak to Paul Lowe. Who is Paul Lowe in SARS? The letter is attached here. So I must go on my complaint to the person that signed my warrant of arrest. That's what they are saying. And then I just refused. And just to put it on record, when I was arrested in 2023, 2 hours before I got arrested, I received an email from the late advocate De Kock, stating that he's attending to my complaint, but he's sending it to Andrea Johnson. But I'm complaining about IDEC, about Andrea Johnson, but he's sending my complaint back to her. So I just didn't understand what he's saying. That's why I'm at 12 of 7 now. Then, Chair, can I move on to the next case? Or
Yeah, I want you to conclude at 18 hours. You have 9 minutes. Remember,
it's many years, sorry, Chair, it's many years of me complaining, and I'm having the platform now, and I was shooting all over earlier.
Yeah.
So,
Remember, we allocated your time before we broke to raise any other matter that you would have missed. So, can we throw it to 6 o'clock?
It's fine, it's fine. Thank you, Chair. I'm going to put it on record as well, and we're going to General Mkhwanazi's allegations, allegations, his press briefing, involving the media. I complained to many media houses. I have proof. One reporter took attention to my complaint. The reporter, I'm sure everyone knows Sipho Jack. And he started questioning Perumal, Shabalala, and Beluchan, just to put it on record. And he can be called in. Shabalala and Beluchan threatened to deal with him by putting him in the car and taking him into the bush and so forth. Advocate Shabalala also phoned Sipho Jack and told him about his mom, where his mom is living, how many kids he has, and personal info. Because Sipho Jack was exposing what these guys has been doing to so many families and people. So yes, Chair, it's fine. My story can go on, and I have proof of everything, honorable members. I got facts. I'm not coming up with any allegations here. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chetty. Look, I understand that it will never be enough. But where I'm sitting, I believe that we have afforded you an opportunity to raise your matters with us. And hear me when I say to you that these honorable members have listened to you, they have heard you. When we started this morning, we were with Honorable Sangon, and we agreed we are going to resume the proceedings here at Good Hope. She came back to join us, but she has other pressing commitments that she must go and attend to. And I have decided to release her, but most importantly, to thank her for not saying that because it is 5 or 10 minutes, I will not go there. I will just send the chairperson a message that I'm committed elsewhere. Thank you so much for coming and formally request to leave. That is a very good example of leadership. Yes, being a NWC member of the ANC, you are showing us how to lead. We want to thank you so much for that leadership. That we must never undermine any moment, whether it's 2 minutes or 5 minutes. You go to the meeting and say, honorable members, I would have wanted to be with you, but there is this pressing commitment. I will only sit with you for 5 minutes, and if the chair agrees, let me be released. So for that gesture, I put a high premium, and you are gracefully released, Honorable Sangon. Yeah. Honorable Ngola, are you ready to start?
Ever ready.
Do you want to start now or you want to start at 6 o'clock?
Now, Chair.
Okay. And how much time do you say you want? Are you still stuck on your 15 minutes?
20, Chair.
Okay. Your time will expire at 20 minutes past.
Thank you very much.
6.
Thank you very much. 20 is the maximum. Chair.
Yeah, at 20 minutes past 6, you drop the microphone.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think I want to start with a homework from the testimony of Mr. Chetty. I think the first is that we must write to the Minister of Justice, the NTPP, and the head of IDEC to ask them if they would have employed an investigator at IDEC with the identity of Mr. Baluchan, whilst he has been found guilty by a competent court of law. Also, Chair, I want to implore the committee to write to the National Director of Power Prosecutions to explain prosecutorial delays in respect of the prosecutor Chabalala. Is it Chabalala?
Richard, Chair. Richard Tyler Shabalala.
Yes. The prosecutorial delays in respect of matters where Mr. Chetty is involved, and also if are there any reasons that all matters involving Mr. Chetty are delegated to the same prosecutor. I also, Chair, wish us to implore the committee to also inquire from the National Commissioner of the South African Police Service if the investigator employed at IDEC, who is a former employee of SAPS, had been made to undergo DC procedures and was dismissed by SAPS. So we need that confirmation. And lastly, Chair, I want to implore us to write to the head of IPID to explain to us on what are the delays in respect of complaints submitted by Mr. Chetty at IPID. Say the first complaint was which year?
Honorable member, my case was opened in July 2022, and it got to IPID only at the end of 2023.
Okay. So maybe if they can explain that to us, Chair. Now let's go to the contents of your statement. In paragraph 2.1, you mentioned 6 cases which have been identified to be carrying very serious charges. And you're raising a concern at 2.2, the next paragraph, that all these cases are being investigated by the same investigator, Belacham. Am I pronouncing it?
Sunil Beluchan.
Belochan.
Yes.
But what is your suspicion towards, in terms of what the law prescribes? There is no limit at which an investigator or a prosecutor or even a magistrate can be allocated to cases relating to me. So, but we want to get it from you, that what is your suspicion around these perpetual people who are involved in your cases, prosecutor, ITEC investigator, the same magistrate who signs the same warrant of arrest and all those things?
Honorable member, Sunil Beluchan was based in the Eastern Cape, Zwelicha. As long as I know, in all his affidavits, in these warrants, it's written, it's stipulated that he's based in Zwelicha. Firstly, I don't know if he had any jurisdiction coming here. Secondly, if obtaining 3 warrants of arrest the same day.
You know most, yes, Mr. Chetty, that the jurisdiction is NPA. So NPA can pull up or pull out any resource they have in whatever corner of South Africa.
Honorable member, at that time.
So that's why I'm asking about what suspicion do you have specifically about this?
And I will explain,
yeah.
Sorry, honorable member, I will
Sure.
explain it to you in detail.
Sure.
Sunil Beluchan at that time, when this case was, when he started coming to Gauteng, he was reporting to the DNC at detectives. He was a policeman. He was never at the NPA when he started. All of these cases here are now at IDEC. When listening to Advocate Johnson, I heard about a 27 referral. All of these cases, I have his affidavits where he says he's the complainant and he's the investigator in all of these cases. In all of these cases. So, in my view, Sunil Beluchan, Dilip Perumal, Richard Tyler Shabalala, he has taken this thing personal. I don't know why.
Okay.
I don't know why.
So you suspect that, but they are targeting you. Are these people, Belucham and Pullman, the same people who arrested General Kumalo and others?
100% honorable member.
Oh, okay.
It's the same, sorry, honorable, it's the same.
So you suspect it's the same modus operandi?
Same tactics. In my honorable member, in my affidavit, at the one stage where in this, let's call it Hollywood arrest, how they were arresting me. They see me at the police station. I'm signing my bail conditions on a Monday. Tuesday, they see me at court. I'm appearing. Wednesday, while signing in, they're waiting for me outside the police station. 3 cars.
Okay. So you think they're serving whose interest by doing this to you?
I think honorable member, I think they got power excited. Because again, IDEC.
But there is no one who's coordinating this. So it's their issue. There is no one who's saying they must do this. That's why I'm asking whose interest are they doing this as you allege? You are not aware of it.
In my view, from my understanding, and watching the ad hoc committee over time, and watching Advocate Johnson and a retaliation, I think she is the one, because we go back to James Ramanjulam, which I didn't put on record. Sorry, honorable member, we're getting away from your question, but I just want to talk about James Ramanjulam quickly. Before he was arrested, he was friends with Andrea Johnson. Before she got appointed at IDEC. When I was detained with James Ramanjulam in prison, he told me she used to send food to his family, to his daughter. There was a communication going on, and so forth. But it's amazing that from all our cases now, James disappeared. Because at that time when we got arrested, Andrea Johnson was not the head of IDEC. It was Harmonia Cronje. So when she got into power, Mr. Ramanjulam disappears from all the cases.
This person who disappeared was the accused person.
He is one of the accused in my
One of the accused.
Yes.
But he was part of the accused list before Advocate Andrea Johnson became head of IDEC. And you can prove that they have a special relationship, whatever it is.
100%, honorable member.
Chair, I also want to take a homework from this, that the head of IDEC also explains how this accused just disappeared from the list of accused and whether they have a special relationship, so as to test the allegation from the witness. So you have cast 5 cases of 2022. We have cast 143, 1444, 145, and 142. So would you say that they flow from the first case that was registered against you under the case 225 that was struck off roll?
Honorable member, you're 100% yes.
It's what you call baby cases.
Yes, it's the babies of 335 that was struck off the roll.
So what are you suspecting around it?
The case was struck off the roll because delay from the IDEC, and they requested a racketeering certificate. That is why the case was struck off the roll. So from my understanding, they had a problem bringing the case back on the roll because the magistrate's judgment, which is in my annexures, states that they need to go and collect the racketeering certificate and start de novo, which starts afresh. So it was too much of work for these guys, so they rather went to extract statements, evidence from the case struck off the roll and open these baby cases, 143, 144, 145. But all 3 of these cases were authorized the same day, but executed at different times.
Okay, but do you know that in terms of the Criminal Procedure Act, you can join and disjoin cases or charges, in actual fact? In terms of law?
Yes,
Yeah.
but, sorry, honorable member, but in this specific case, the case was struck off the roll, 342A, subsection C. They did not comply with the magistrate's order, but what did they rather do is go and take out evidence from that same case and open new cases.
But also, do you know that it is legally permissible that the state can re-enroll a case that was struck off roll?
100%, honorable member, I'm aware.
You list a number of cases there in paragraph 2.2 of charges against this Belochan person and confirm that you have a personal knowledge that he is guilty. That's in 2.2 of all charges. How do you know his guilt of charges? I don't understand.
Honorable member, must remember, I'm just putting it on record. From all the abuse of power from these IDEC officials, They've been trying to silence me for many, many years, putting me in prison, opposing my bail, saying I want to kill them with no evidence, leaving me in different prisons. So I've been reporting it to the media, as I said earlier, and people have been calling me and giving me these things, this information. Yes, I have done my research.
What was your interest when you were doing the research? What triggered you to do this research?
Honorable Member, I've been harassed by, let's say even tortured by this team for many years. They started with me from 2018. I've been complaining everywhere. There's not a place
so
where
you're starting your own fight back now?
Not a fight.
I've been
educated. Sorry, okay. I've been using my common sense and utilizing the system where I'm allowed to utilize. I never abuse the system, but these people really abuse their powers, and they only are busy using state machinery to fight their personal battles. I have proof.
Yeah. Okay. 6.12. You make mention of a rape of a minor child. And I must tell you that as this parliament, we've just, in the recent years, passed 3 laws protecting any form of abuse against women and children. So we take particular interest when it relates to these kind of things. Can you elaborate without actually giving us the raw detail, but elaborate for our understanding? What are you talking about?
Which, sorry, Honorable Member.
6.12 in your statement.
$6.12.
6.12.
What page is it? Sorry, Honorable Member.
I'll tell you now. It's page 27. A source from the Eastern Cape informed me that a case of rape was opened against Belochan and Bishop of a minor. Then it continues.
Yes. Honorable Member, this is true. Unfortunately, if I did not have bail conditions that I have to report to Sergeant Belochan to go to the Eastern Cape, I was willing to drive to the Eastern Cape to go and visit this minor's mom. This child's mom opened a case at Bishu in the Eastern Cape, right? On what he has done, on this allegation. And I have knowledge there is a medical report. I have knowledge, I have facts that, let's say facts, I am not told they're the same team. All of these guys are aware of it. And I can put it on record. I will put it on record here. I have nothing to lose anymore. I've been arrested many times. I'm not scared. I'm not going to lie here. I'm not here to lie.
But you don't know if that case is still in the roll or it disappeared.
Honorable Member, let me say why I'm saying I'm going to talk the truth. This certain reporter, Sipo Jack, I confronted him with this. And he contacted Advocate Shabalala.
Who is Sipo Jack?
He's the reporter from the Daily News.
Okay.
And he contacted Advocate Shabalala. And Advocate Shabalala says he's aware of it. He's aware of this. And please, you know Belochan is suicidal. That's what Sipo Jack tells me. Shabalala told him. So regarding this specific case of the minor, it's the truth. And these guys, as long as they have state machinery, will cover up each other. And this, I believe, it's not the first time. It's not the only. I've been dealing with these guys for many years, and I've seen their behavior towards society. Unfortunately, people are silenced to come and talk.
So he means that the alleged perpetrator must be protected from killing himself, whilst the child must be allowed to allegedly be sexually abused, sexually assaulted.
Honorable member, this is my understanding.
Okay, now let's pass. Now, you make mention at 2.3 that you are aware that Mr. Pelocham faced disciplinary proceedings in 2015, and Perulam was the presiding officer in those proceedings. Is this the case you are talking about that happened at SAPS?
Honorable member, he was arrested in a sting operation in 2014 by the Hawks in Eastern Cape. I think the article is in my annexures. And one must remember that I was arrested with a lot of police officers back in 2020. And a lot of the officers as well were going through the departmental cases with the union reps and so forth. And it came to my attention that Dylan Perumal is the one that was sitting as a chairperson to reinstate.
Is this case at SAPS?
Yes, this was at SAPS back in 2014, before they came to Gauteng.
No, that's fine. Because anyway, we've already taken a decision to write to SAPS, so they are going to clarify the issues relating to that. But you also mentioned Perulam in the fiasco of PKTT dockets taken from KwaZulu-Natal to head office. Can you brief us? So how is he associated with this?
Honorable member, to my understanding, when I opened up 12 of 7, fast forward, it went to General Sabia. General Sabia knew very well who the suspects were. Dylan Perumal, Richard Tyler Shabalala, Sunil Beluchan. On General Mkhwanazi's press briefing, I put the one and one together because the suspects in my case from 2022 is the same people at IDEC that he was giving these dockets to. And one must remember that this person by the name of Matthew Sasoko is a big part in everything here. He is Perumal's boss. He is Perumal's boss. And before my arrest in 2023, Matthew Sasoko and Paul Lowe were sitting with General Sabia discussing my case because the investigating officer called Richard Tyler Shabalala.
But did you have a case that was investigated by PKTT?
No.
Okay. No, it's fine. It's fine. I think let's drop it there. It was anyway, Tuesday, General Masemola is coming to testify. Wednesday, General Mkhwanazi is still coming. So we'll cross-reference this matter with them. You look so happy.
Thank you, Honorable Member. For the first time in many years, I'm voicing the truth.
Yeah.
The truth. And unfortunately, a lot of people had passed on in these cases. So maybe they're giving me the energy to maybe be happy.
Okay. Let's go to the co-accused you shared a cell with, Mr. Ramanjulam. Is it Ramanjulam?
James Ramanjulam.
Yeah, so the evidence leader did ask you do you know that he has been convicted? And you said you are not aware.
Honorable Member, we don't know anything about James Ramanjulam. The IDEC has never brought anything to court stating that he's a state witness or is convicted, anything, nothing. So I don't know where he is, but I do know that he and Andrea Johnson were friends because they met in 2020 when they
this is the same James who disappeared from the accused list.
Yes.
The one you say they have special relationship with the head of IDEC, Advocate Andrea Johnson.
Yes, Honorable Member.
Is the same James.
Same James.
Yeah. So you last saw James in the cells at prison.
And I saw him in the cells at prison, yes. And then I did go in 2023 to visit him at CMAX prison in Pretoria. Yes, because I was also
Did you find him there?
I found him there at CMAX.
Okay. That was the last time you checked?
Yes.
That's fine. Are you aware, from the discussion we held, of joinder and disjoinder of charges. Are you aware if there was a disjoinder of charges of James from those of you? Was there a court process that disjointed, separated the charges of James from those of you and others?
Honorable Member, never. James disappeared. Never.
So it is your evidence that James Ramanjulam was never formally removed from the charges you all faced.
Honorable Member, never.
So you can conclude by saying James Ramanjulam has actually disappeared from the witness list.
100%, Honorable Member, he has disappeared. We don't know where he is, why he's gone.
What have you done to these people? We're still trying to think, why would they behave the manner in which you are alleging?
Honorable Member, I did research a lot on Dylan Perumal. There's a Savoy case here. I don't know if you saw it in my affidavit back in 2006 at the SCA. At that time, he was a Lieutenant Colonel, Dylan Perumal. And the same actions he is doing now, he did back then. And in the judgment, the SCA judgment says there's abuse of power here. And whatever they are doing is wrong. And then I fast forward to my bail judgment, which is also here. And
Mr. Shetty.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair. I was done.
Thank you so much. It's exactly 20 minutes past 6. Honorable, is it Honorable Nombalo or Honorable Skosano?
Thank you, Chair.
How much time do you need?
I need the maximum of 30 minutes, Chair.
From 21 minutes past 6
Yes.
to 18:51.
Thank you, Chair.
Your time starts now.
Good evening, Mr. Chetty.
Good evening, Honorable Member.
You know, I think let me make the statement first that as a legal person, I'm not going to be comfortable with asking you questions which are going to get into the merits of cases which are pending, because I believe that I will be doing an injustice to you. That will be prejudicial to your cases, like we have advised you in the morning. I'll just try to scratch the surface with an intention of trying to understand the quagmire that you seem to be faced with. So I think it's important that I make that statement to you, that I'm really not going to fall into a temptation of getting into the merits of your cases which are pending.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Yeah, I'm telling you so that we will be on the same page. So, are you a businessman?
Yes, I am. Or was. I'm doing nothing at the moment.
What were you doing when you were still a business person?
I was supplying perishables to different government departments on a request for quotation basis.
So, did you have contracts with the government?
Not a contract, a request for quotation.
You were supplying
yes.
for government. So, for which government entities did you supply?
At that time, I supplied the police, correctional service. Whoever sends me a request, I quote. If I get the order, I deliver. So we're using that CSD database. So I never had a contract. Yes.
So when did you become a businessman?
Honorable Member, my dad and I started the business in 2002. So I was working with my dad. I was still young.
So you are saying you are no longer into business. What happened? Why are you no longer in business?
Honorable Member, I've been fighting to stay out of prison because of these members. I have no mindset to do business anymore. I have no faith in the system.
No, but did you leave business because of the circumstances or by choice?
Because of the circumstances.
Yeah, no. So your answer is wrong when you say you have no faith in the system, because you left a business because the system was no longer working towards your favor, correct?
Honorable member, I can't say towards my favor. I never looked for anything that was in my favor. Before being arrested in 2020, I never ever even got stopped at a roadblock and been arrested.
So when you were arrested, you were still in business?
Yes.
So after your arrest, when you came back, then you left business?
Yes, I stopped doing business.
So you left business because of the arrest?
I can't say left business, honorable member, because if you look at the time frame from 2020 and the times I got arrested and detained in prison, and coming out of prison, it's not an easy thing for one's mind to adjust to say, okay, now you're going to do business and move on. I've been repeatedly, what do I say, terrorized by this IDEC team from, let's say, the late 2018, so it's many years. So,
okay. Have you ever been associated with some political parties, if not political parties, with politicians?
Never, honorable member.
You know why I'm asking that question? There is an allegation before this committee that IDEC has been weaponized to settle political scores, and has been weaponized in favor of a certain cabal and against certain individuals, and that weaponization is politically orientated. So I'm trying to understand here the basis for this victimization that you are claiming. Where does this thing come from, really? Why are you a target? Because many witnesses who have come before us are giving us different scenarios. Others are saying, I'm a target because of my political views, for instance. I'm a target because of my association with certain individuals in the state echelons. Now, if you are a target by certain individuals in IDEC, what could be the reason? What is the source of this victimization? I want you to give us more insight so that we don't scratch where it does not inch.
Yes, Honorable Chair, I understand, and I will answer now. Right. And I need you to also understand where this thing starts from. In 2018, Dylan Perumal and Sunil Beluchan was seconded by the National Commissioner, Khesla Shitole at that time, General Khesla Shitole, to come and investigate allegations sent by SCOPA, not allegations, a reference sent by SCOPA to investigate FDA. That accounts to 6.1 billion. It's at the beginning of my affidavit. So, at that time, Beluchan and Perumal, including General Matlau, at internal audit, right? They used that reference letter to start investigating the branding case. That is what I got arrested for in 2020, 335/5/2020, right? Now, this specific branding case was owned, the previous company is owned by a company called Sharpline Graphics. They've been having this evergreen contract from 2002. It's on the affidavit. Now, Dylan Perumal, General Matlau, Sunil Beluchan used the FDA mandate from SCOPA to start targeting companies that are taking business away from white monopoly companies, evergreen contracts. At that time, the owner of the company, Laurette Jobé, right? She's the one that opened the case of torture. They tortured her, this IDEC guys. They took her for a couple of days and tortured her. Now, she had the branding case, the police branding, marking of police cars. But the company that had it before was very upset now because he didn't get it anymore. This is Sharpline Graphics.
Okay. Are you done?
No, okay.
Yeah, but you are not giving me what I'm looking for. Yeah, I'm trying to understand, I'm trying to establish the political source. Because you can't just be victimized for no reason. There must be a reason if really you are being victimized. And if you are a target, there must be a reason. I don't want us to rely on legal technicalities and then assume to understand the problem. We must get the basis. What is the foundational element here? What are the bases for this victimization?
Honorable Member, you can say I'm 44 years old. This started in 2018. I was still a very young man when this started happening. This IDEC members we are talking about, they don't care whether you're 8 years old or 20 years old. I'm just trying to get to the point here. They will arrest you and trump up charges. So regarding me, it became personal for Dylan Perumal and Sunil Beluchan. I don't know why. I was never into politics. I was just doing business, I was just minding my own business.
So you have never had any altercation or any fallout or any bone of contention before these legal matters ensued? You don't have any history of not getting along?
Honorable Member, never. And my background, I never ever argue with anybody or ever anything like that with these individuals.
So you just realized during the course of these matters that you are a target for strange reasons?
The reason is actually not strange. It's by fighting back. This specific individual, Dylan Perumal, if he doesn't get his way, he will do anything in his power to get his way. And sorry, Honorable Member, if you just go and look recently what he has done to senior people, I'm the perfect example where it started. You go to the Savoy's case, he has done the same, and he was never reprimanded. And just to put it on record, this judgment, I think it's in 2006, 2007, at that time, it was in the Northern Cape, and the provincial commissioner there was General Sitole, and he was never reprimanded.
Okay, I think, Mr. Chetty, let me ask you this question. And please don't understand me to be subverting your grievances. I believe that you are raising these grievances out of frustration. So you really need to be listened to. And if there is a way, you must be helped. You must be helped out. Have you read the terms of reference for our investigation?
Honorable Member, yes, I have.
So where do you think these grievances fall within the terms of reference?
I came to realize, Honorable Member, this grievance or my complaint that brought me here is against the same IDEC officials that we go back to General Mkhwanazi's press briefing and the courts. I was not given the opportunity to show how the courts are captured, the judiciary. I have proof. I have proof of fake summons. And I'm not talking about me alone. In this case, the summons case, we're about 42. So when it coming to the terms of reference, I'm talking about judiciary, I'm talking about IDEC, I'm
Yeah.
talking about the media.
Because I'm trying to assist you now. Amongst our terms of reference, there is a term of reference that says we must investigate interference, political interference into our justice cluster. So, does your issue fall within that scope?
Honorable Member, I don't see political interference here. I see IDEC, I see the NPA. So I wouldn't call it a political interference, I'll call it state organs working in cahoots with each other. So I don't know if that answers your question.
Okay, so have you been, do you have a legal representation?
Yes, I have, Honorable Member.
So did they start to represent you from day one, from when you were charged, from the onset?
Yes, they have, but let me put something on record, Honorable Member. When the case was struck off the roll in 2020, the same IDEC team went and arrested the advocate that represented me, that initiated the case to be struck off the roll. The same
What
team.
was the charge? For which charge did they arrest him?
They said he got paid legal fees.
By who?
Unlawfully.
By who?
By one of the other accused. But now, we'll just take it into...
How far is that case now?
That case is sitting in Palm Ridge as well. From Pretoria, this crime apparently happened in Pretoria Magistrates Court. Shabalala Perumal Peluchan takes this advocate and arrests him and takes him to Palm Ridge. The case now, I'm aware that the advocate, my ex-advocate, he put representations to the NDPP requesting for more information.
So now I want us to move together. So after he got arrested, then who replaced him as your legal representative?
Mr. Glenn Malanga.
Who is representing you now?
Yes.
Is the one who's representing you now?
Yes, Honorable Member.
How far has he taken these matters in terms of legal work? Because you know why I'm asking. From a legal point of view, there is a recourse for a particular irregularity. There is a legal recourse. For instance, if the matter has been struck off the roll, when it gets reinstated, when there are no legal reasons for such, your attorney can challenge that. If the matter goes to court, your attorney can even apply for acquittal. Your attorney can write representations to the SPP if he feels that there are no legal basis for charges against you. I'm making different examples of the available recourse at their disposal. Now, I want to check here, have they done anything to save you? Have they explored those avenues?
Can I proceed, Honorable Chair?
Yeah, you can respond.
Right. When I came aware of this duplication of charges from the case struck off the roll, right, I approached the High Court of Pretoria in 2022, August. I put an application that these cases should be removed.
Through your attorneys?
Yes, with an application, right? And then I got arrested again in 2023. But at that time, we were still waiting for response from the IDEC NPA. Honorable Member, then I got arrested in February 2023. In September 2023, I put a supplementary because during that course, I was abused again by my family is being arrested, I've been receiving AFU orders and so forth. I supplemented it, right? And then I supplemented the High Court application. We then left it waiting for response from the IDAC NPA. Then I appeared in Palm Ridge Court for one of my court dates. My advocate opens his laptop to just check the status of this application of ours, only to find out that our affidavit, my supplementary affidavit, is deleted on case line. We were shocked. We then went to, my advocate then called the instructing attorney and tell him to please upload this thing again. And can you please check on the audit trail what happened? Why did the supplementary get deleted? Anyway, we put it back on the roll. We added the annexures. Our court date was set for, under correction, 28th of June last year. We went to court, only to find out this time my annexures is deleted again off case line. This is where the judiciary comes in. The annexures is deleted off case line, but Advocate Shabalala responds to my supplementary. So how did he respond to my supplementary, but the annexures are deleted? What did he respond to? So now...
Okay, no. I get you, Mr. Chetty. I'm afraid I've got to cut you because my time is very limited. Now, is it your evidence that there is a collaboration of different entities within the justice cluster against you? Because we are mentioning members of SABC here, we are mentioning members of the NPA, we are mentioning members of IDEC, we are mentioning members of the bench magistrates. So if really what you are saying is anything to go by, then it means there is a deep-seated rot within those entities that I've mentioned. Is that your evidence?
Yes, Honorable Member, that's my evidence, which I have. I have a proper paper trail of showing the rot in the system.
Have you ever written to the Magistrate Commission?
Under correction, Magistrate Commission, no, I don't think so.
You've never written, you've never lodged a formal complaint?
Under correction, no. I sent a lot of complaints, Honorable Member. Magistrates Commission, I can't remember.
You said you wrote to the former NDPP advocate Batoina.
Many letters, Honorable Member, to NDPP.
And there was no response there too.
No. I wrote to NDPP, my email is here, I wrote to Parliament, I wrote to Portfolio Committee.
Yeah, no, let's take them bit by bit. You wrote to the IDEC boss, Advocate Johnson.
Yes.
Did you write to her?
Yes.
You also wrote to the Portfolio Committee.
Yes, Honorable Member.
You also wrote to the National Commissioner.
Yes, Honorable Member.
You, somewhere in your statement, you are saying at some point you went to meet with General Sbiya, is that correct? You went to his office.
Yes, Honorable Member.
You waited for him there.
Yes.
Outside his office, is that
many
correct?
times, Honorable Member.
Did he reach out to you?
He never read. Now, he always. What's the word that I use? He always made me wait for many hours for him, right? Because I obviously didn't have a meeting to go and see him, but I did wait for hours. But he never reached out because he did nothing to my complaint. He just told me to wait. That's basically it.
Do you suspect him to be part of this conspiracy against you?
100%, Honorable Member, because the paper trail talks. He's sitting with Polo, Matthew Sissoko, discussing my case, but Advocate Shabalala and Perumal is reporting to Sissoko. And it only came up to me recently, because I'm not into politics, I didn't know much, that General Sabia and Major Sissoko was in a case together. So it only came to my attention recently. So that's why I have been fighting to come here and vent this. Vent this because the papers talk for itself. Unfortunately, you don't have so much of time and to go through the annexures, and I show you the timelines of everything on how this is.
Okay, do you know Mr. McBride?
I know Mr. McBride. No.
The former IP
No,
boss.
no, I don't know him.
Have you written to him? Did you ever write to him?
No, never.
You've
At that
never?
time, he was not at IPAD.
So to whom did you write at IPID?
My complaint started in 2022 on this abuse of power. So it went to the executive director of IPAD. I think it was a lady by the name of Jennifer. First name, I don't know her surname.
Do you know Mr. Paul O'Sullivan?
I've seen him on EDO committee, and he messaged me a month and a half ago. It's in my affidavit.
When, last year?
No, 1.5 months ago.
What was he saying to you?
He asked me, he told me that he's referring to an article in the newspaper, I think it's a Daily Maverick, on the Louis Vuitton handbag for General Masamula, and if I can give him any information about General Masamula regarding this Louis Vuitton handbag. And I told him, no, I don't have anything to assist you with. That's it.
No further questions, Chair. Thank you very much.
Congratulations, Honorable Member, for making, sure that you don't pass the chairperson's time. I don't want to speak about other things, but I'm just saying that.
No, we know already.
No. We are not there. We are not there. We are not there. We are not there. Chair, thank you very, very much. You. Yeah, we are now starting. What's wrong, Chair? You leak things while I'm sitting here. And the chair, I could see you and Sangodi talking there, Thank you very, very much, Chair. And I just want to greet Mr. Chetty. Mr. Chetty.
Very honorable member.
I'm going to start in your paragraph, your submission. In paragraph 411 and 412 and 413 of your affidavit, you state that Sunel Pelochan allegedly misled the magistrate in the Silverton court case. I don't want to dwell much into court cases in particular, but can you explain what specific false statements were made under oath and why you believe this constitutes perjury?
Honorable Member, regarding this case, 145 of 1/2022, that's 4.11, am I right? When applying for this warrant of arrest, Sunil Beluchan states in his affidavit that he came aware of a certain company only in 2021. But actually, when looking at the docket that was struck off the roll in 2021, Sunil Beluchan received this information back in 2020, which he attached a Polfen record, and the date is on there. So he misled the magistrate using evidence from a case struck off the roll and registered a new case. And in the new case, he misleads the magistrate by stating that he only came aware of this in 2021.
So the reference was that case, the FDA, the false statement which was made.
The FDA is that they used the reference of the FDA to come to national office and start terrorizing companies, except FDA. The mandate, the reference of SCOPA says they must come and General Sitolia should investigate FDA. So they did not come here to investigate FDA. What they rather did, they hit a smoke screen and decided to investigate everybody else.
Yeah. Now, in paragraph 2.8 and 2.9, because you've made that reference of the FDA. Now, my question would be, can you perhaps in brief clarify the purpose of mentioning FDA in your affidavit?
Okay. On perusal of my Silverton case that I read, Colonel P.N. Mahoga's statement stipulates there that she, with a reference letter, with C23/3/1/2-10/2017, that she's using the reference from SCOPA that was to investigate FDA, but it's in my marking docket. They were not, she used that reference letter as a complaint, like an instruction from SCOPA to investigate the branding case, which was not it. I watched the SCOPA thing. It was about 7 hours that I took my own initiative in watching. So there's nothing there that states on the SCOPA that General Skeshla Sitole should investigate the branding and so forth. They use this as a weapon to open many cases against other companies.
Case which you complain about, which was transferred to Palm Ridge Court, am I right?
Honorable Member?
Or is another case?
That's another case.
Now, in paragraph 4.6, you stated that you were taken to Palm Ridge Magistrate Court, am I right?
Yes, Honorable Member.
What did the warrant of arrest expressly state regarding where you were supposed to be taken after your arrest? Do you believe this was done deliberately? And if so, what was the purpose?
Honorable Member, the warrant of arrest says we should appear in Court 16, Pretoria Magistrates Court. But we ended up in Palm Ridge Magistrates Court, which is 95 kilometers away from Pretoria. The reason for this was that, in my view, was that Richard Tyler Shabalala, Perumal and Beluchan planned this so that we do not get bail. Because we were sent there, we were arrested on a fraud case. But when getting there, they put a third supplementary in stating that I want to kill them and the team. So, in my view, that is the reason. And the magistrates center did not want to hear anything from our legal representatives.
Now, when Advocate Andrew Johnson was here, he appeared before us, if you remember. She stated clearly to us that IDEC members do not have any criminal cases or pending cases. And you said something earlier to Honorable Ngola. So, in your view, do you have anything, which we don't know here?
Honorable Member, thank you. Andrea Johnson is misleading this committee and the country. She knows exactly what I'm about to say. IPID communicated with her regarding Lorette Joubet's case on the torture case by Sunil Beluchan and Dylan Perumal. And Matthew Sissoko intervened in stopping these warning statements from being taken. And this is going back, I think, 1.5 years ago already. So by Andrea Johnson coming here and saying that there's no pending cases or anything of that sort, she's misleading the committee. IPID can be called here, Mr. Baloy can be called here, and he will come with the proof that the runaround these IDEC officials are giving him.
So in your view, is that Advocate Andrew Johnson misled the committee?
Honorable Member, it's not in my view, it's a fact. She did. I'm a complainant of 12/7/2022. All of these people, these members of IDEC, they're aware of it, but they're just protecting this cabal of people, Dylan Perumal, Sunil Peluchan, and Richard Tyler Shabalala, including Paul Lowe.
Now, you stated clearly when Honorable Member Ngola was asking you about people who were arrested. You mentioned in your statement here that approximately 70 people were arrested, including your father. Who arrested 70 people? Is it the police or is it IDEC? Who arrested the 70 people? Was it the South African Police Service?
In 2020, at that time, it was Dylan Perumal, Sunil Beluchan. Dylan Perumal was still working at the police as a brigadier. They arrested the 70 plus of us, yes.
Now, if I remember well, you answered the Honorable Ngola about James. Can you explain exactly what happened to James and the circumstances that led to his alleged torture? And additionally, there have been media reports regarding the torture of Lorette. Are you aware of this case? And if so, what connection does it have to the matters you are raising with us here?
Honorable Member, let's start with James. James is the complainant in case 97 of 5/2021 against Sunil Beluchan and Dylan Perumal. The case was opened in May 2021. In retaliation to that case that James opened, these IDEC guys went and opened the string of cases 143, 144, 145. That's in 2022 in retaliation, and that is why they took us to Palmbridge Magistrates Court. And on the third supplementary, Dylan Perumal, Sunil Peluchan put a statement that I want to kill them and the team, including James. Now, when James was detained with me, under correction, I think we spent 10 days in prison. Peluchan then came again to arrest James while detained in prison with me doing the bail application. And they took him now to Randburg Magistrates Court. They arrested James Ramanjulam and Marcel Mani.
Now, you made allegations of collisions with courts. You have alleged that certain courts and magistrates may have colluded with members of this alleged rock unit. Now, I want you to be specific. Can you elaborate on this allegation? Which courts or due to restriction? Is it Pretoria or Johannesburg? Because you've mentioned the Eastern Cape as well. And who do you believe might be involved? And I think Honorable Ngola asked that. Let me just repeat that again. And why?
Honorable Member, let me just go first quickly back to the question I didn't answer for Lorette Jobe and iPad, right? Lorette Jobe was tortured by this team in 2018. They took her from her office stating that they have a warrant of arrest for which they lied. They took her to internal audit where Peluchan, Perumal, and General Charity Matla was there. Lorette Jobe has been approached by IPAD as well. Honorable Member, Lorette Jobe has been approached by IPAD. And Lorette, the investigating officer at IPAD that's dealing with one of my cases is Mantium Tukulu, is the same investigating officer dealing with Lorette's case. She told Lorette and me, she called these people to obtain their warning statements. And this is where Andrea Johnson, Advocate Johnson, misleads the committee again. Because she is very aware that these people were called in for warning statements. Up to today, they have not appeared. They have not taken warning statements, right? Now we're talking about that case of Lorette and my case 12 of 7, whereby Mr. Baloy collected the dockets 2 days ago. So I don't know what's going to be going forward there. So there's two cases. Now, we go back to your courts. One of the accused with me in 335, she's an elderly lady. They took her from Pretoria Magistrates Court. Sorry, the case was opened at Pretoria Central Police Station. The Magistrates Court is 100 meters away from the police station. But what they tend to do is take it to Pretoria North Police Station, a court, Magistrates Court. The reason is they're forum shopping. Now from Pretoria Central Police Station, instead of going to Pretoria Magistrates Court, which is 100 meters away, they take this certain individual, which is one of the accused in my matters, to Pretoria North. When taking this lady, I'm aware there is another lady as well. They arrested two ladies for the same matter. One must note, me going through this lady's case of Salamina Kosa, they got statements from the Northern Cape SASA, which is out of this jurisdiction in Gauteng. Right? I am also aware of the other accused being, she's an elderly lady, under correction, she's 70 years old, has been sentenced for 10 years to imprisonment. And I also am aware that the accused has paid back the money to SASA. That's what I'm aware of. And then we go to Pretoria Commercial Crimes Court.
So, sorry, just to clarify, you say the accused has paid what? SASA what?
I'm aware that the person that is sentenced has paid SASA the fine back that she claimed from SASA.
The person, who's that person?
This is one of Perumal and Beluchan's projects as well. This is another family that is after.
Now, if I understand you well, why do you have this opinion that we are being targeted?
Honorable Member, 3 warrants of arrest executed the same day, signed the same day, executed differently, taken to different courts, sent to prison on allegations that I want to kill the team, and then come out on bail, arrest me a year later, and come up with the same allegations that I want to kill them, oppose my bail, spend another month in prison. I do not know why I'm targeted, but maybe the only reason is that I've been fighting them. From all these accused, it's only me that has been fighting them, trying to expose them, looking for help from state organs.
Yeah. Now, you've made an allegation about the cabal and the rogue unit coordinated team. You stated that this inverted commas, this group operate as a cabal or a coordinated unit. In your view, how does this unit operate as a coordinated group? Do they have other cases or other people they've targeted, or you ever heard about that? That perhaps besides you believing that they are targeting you?
Honorable Member, one must take it into note. Maybe I forgot to put it on record. When I got arrested in February 2022, this team approached me, wanting me to give them statements on certain generals, which I never knew, I don't know. As the Honorable Member asked if I know politically anybody, which I don't know, and I refused. They just wanted, they wanted to draft an affidavit for me and talk about generals that I don't know, that I did wrongdoing with them.
Okay.
And leave me and my family alone, which I refused.
So Mr. Chetty, you confirm that you are currently facing criminal charges in matters related to the very investigation you are criticized before this core committee, correct?
Yes, Honorable Member.
The timing, or let me start by saying the evidence visas the allegations. In your affidavit, you make several serious allegations against Detective Sergeant Peluchan. Can you point out to this committee to a single piece of independent evidence or the evidence you have against these allegations?
Honorable Member, the evidence that I have is duplicating charges. It's in my annexures. If you guys have access to it, you can see exactly what I'm talking about. The evidence is here.
Yeah, earlier is this which you said to us that the information you gave us and Honorable Ngola that there were multiple cases, 3 to 4 cases, which were open against you whilst you are in the police. When you go out, there's 3 cars waiting for you. Am I right if I hear you well?
100% Honorable Member.
Now, apart from your own statement, do you have any corroborating witness, anyone who can corroborate your information which you deposited to us? Perhaps a person who you think, I think you've mentioned James Ramajalan, or anyone who can really give us another version.
Honorable Member, I was arrested with other generals, brigadiers, colonels. Just to put it on record, the abuse of power by these guys, these generals, family members, colonels, brigadiers will come and talk to the same story as I'm talking, but they have their own story regarding this IDEC team. Just to put it on record, sorry, Honorable Member, in 2020 when we were arrested, one of the colonels that were brought to the police station was brought in his underwear, right? And his vest.
In his underwear?
Underwear and his vest.
Court broke?
Yes, underwear. At I think 4:30 in the morning. He can be called here. And we witnessed it, right? That's one. And he was brought to by Ekurhuleni police, not by anyone in Pretoria or anything, in 2020.
When you say Ekurhuleni police, you mean that it was a traffic fine?
It was a traffic police officer that executed the warrant to come and fetch him in his underwear and brought him to the cell.
So why was he arrested? Was he found speeding or what was the issue?
He was arrested in the branding case on the 4th of June 2020. Nah? We were 16 people, Honorable Member.
A Metro Police?
Yes, that went to execute his warrant. And that is what happened. And another Honorable Member, another guy was brought from Venda, an old retired colonel. I think it's Colonel Mabasa. Honorable Member, they put him in the back of the bakkie and they brought him in the early hours of the morning to Silverton Police Station. We asked the police officers, then we were 16 people, all of them can come in and testify and give the truth. We asked the police officials to please put the stove on to make the uncle warm, to keep him warm. They put him in the back of the bakkie and brought him all that way. An ex-colonel, he just retired like, I think a month prior to his arrest. So everybody in these cases, Honorable Members, they have a story. But they are scared. They're scared to come out. As long as these guys are in power and they have state machinery, people are scared to talk. I wouldn't be surprised tomorrow morning if I get arrested by the same team now to silence me.
Yeah, I've got only 3 minutes to go. I just want to find out exactly because Honorable Ngola as well, I'm sorry to repeat that. I think he asked you about why do you say Perumal, Peluchan from the Eastern Cape were conducting illegal and lawful investigation against you?
Honorable Member, when I say illegal, because when I go back to the SCOPA mandate, Honorable Members here will have full access. There is nothing talking about anything to do with the branding, which started back in 2020. It only has to do with FDA and 6.1 billion rand. And that
6.1 billion rand?
Yes.
What was that for?
Irregular expenditure.
Oh, okay.
So they used that reference to start investigating everybody, including that person that was sentenced now for the SASA matter and her family.
Now, my last question will be, may you please explain why did Peluchan and Perumal meet you privately knowing exactly that you are a suspect?
Honorable Member, there is a time where they asked me to give them a statement on all of these generals. General Pashlani, General Mkhwanazi, who was arrested with me. There's a general, I think in the Blue Lights case, there's a General Delanga. They just wanted me to trump up a statement to say I did these unlawful things for them, which never happened. I didn't even know these people. I didn't. So this specific question you have asked me, IPAD is dealing with it. And I am aware they did not come to Gauteng with state resources. It was on a private capacity.
Now, Chair, with your benevolence, I think I've got a minute to go. In your statement, if I remember, I've seen something that the complaint that you were taken to the Eastern Cape. There was Richard Chabalala, an advocate. Am I right?
No, I was not taken to the Eastern Cape.
Or you were complaining that Advocate Chabalala, if I heard you well, and there's Mabaso, whoever you've mentioned. Are you alleging that they are working together? Baloyi, I think it's Baloyi, the IO, the investigation officer.
The investigation officer from IPAD.
I'm not sure where he's from IPAD.
No, the investigating officer from IPAD has been trying to assist me, but always hitting a dead end. No. I'm aware that Advocate Chabalala does cases all over. He goes, arrest people here and take them to the Eastern Cape. That I'm aware. And this case that I've opened, that is at IPAD, is an extortion case. And you must
who did he extort you?
This is the extortion case I opened against Sunil Beluchan, Dylan Perumal, and Chabalala. But one must take it into record.
Sorry, I'm sorry to interrupt because the chair is going to stop me. Who did they extort you? They wanted money from you, or extortion how?
Extortion, which is in my docket at IPAD. It's in my IPAD docket.
Yeah, but can you tell the committee?
Yes.
They wanted money from you?
Yes.
How much?
Honorable Member, that is disclosed in my docket. And I think the investigating officer should be called here. She has all the proof, she has everything. But she has been getting blockages from IPAD because whenever she goes to Eastern Cape, they say there's no funds for her to conclude the investigations.
Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, one thing, Honorable Member, sorry.
Yes.
One must even take into record that Sunil Beluchan was arrested in 2014 in a sting operation whereby he extorted 30,000 rand from a Pakistani national for cigarettes. And they put a sting operation, which he got arrested the next day to go and collect his 3,000 that was short. So he is.
Who was shot? The Pakistan?
No. The Pakistani gave him 27,000, Honorable Member. And the next day, he needed to go and collect his 3,000 rand. And that's when they put this whole sting operation together to catch him. And he was arrested. So one asked, how is this man still walking the streets in a sting operation being arrested? And being back in the police?
When you say in the police at IDEC?
No, at that time.
And then it was in the police?
Yes, in 2014. It's in my affidavit.
Yeah, no, I saw it. I saw that. No, thank you, Chair, for your benevolence. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Matthys.
Thank you, Chair, and good evening, Mr. Chetty. Let's just start off with the IPAD case. You opened it when? Just so we can have it on record, more or less when?
Good evening, Honorable Member.
Good evening.
I opened the IPAD, that case, 12/7/2022.
In 2022?
Yes.
Okay.
But it only got to IPAD in, under correction, 2023, a year later, or it was early 24, yes.
So unfortunately, we're not taking any more witnesses here by the committee, but I am going to ask that our secretariat, we write to both SABs to ask why the case took so long, or give us an explanation, Chair, on why the case took so long to get. I'm sure 1 year is a bit of a stretch, even for our criminal justice system. And then also to IPAD to give us an explanation on the delays in processing the matter as well. And then my colleague started off, we were trying to understand Advocate Johnson's role and how. So from what I gather, or what you've said, is that one of the members of IPID, and I didn't get his name, works with IDEC and obviously has access to Advocate Johnson. So there's no political interference, there's nothing political about it. It's just a member that is abusing his access to deal with you.
Honorable Member, at this stage, I don't even think anymore is to deal with me because this person we're talking about now worked at...
Can you say the person's name again?
Matthew Sissoko.
Okay.
Yes, he was the head at IPID and then he moved to IDEC.
Okay.
But he still has influence in IPID.
Okay.
That's why these cases are open,
Okay.
never moved.
So that person, say his name again?
Matthew Sissoko.
Sissoko.
Yes.
Mr. Sissoko. Why, in your opinion, why you?
Honorable Member, one must take into consideration the reason why is that Beluchan and Perumal is the person executing all his warrants. And
No, but why you? Not who's, like, we know what they're doing, right? And if they are not being procedural in what it is they need to do, if they think you have a case to answer for, why? Is there something that you're not, or you don't know? Because people do wrong things for a reason, so why do you think they have identified you?
Honorable Member, I think it's because I've been fighting them and I saw the duplication and I opened the case. And these guys regard themselves as untouchables.
Okay, so I understand that, right? You fought back. But you fought back. Why did they start that process of... So they opened cases, the cases were not done properly, and you fought back. So then they just decided to continue, or they wanted you to take it lying down. The cases that they opened against you, was it fair game?
Definitely not. Firstly,
so why did they do it? Let's start off there at the root of it. Why do you think it was done?
Up to today, Honorable Member, I still don't know. I just know they abuse the system. I've been arrested, put in prison many times now. I don't know. I would appreciate the committee to call Dylan Perumal, Sunil Beluchan, Matthew Sissoko.
No, we can't call them all here, but what we can do, and our colleague did say that we need to write and get them to respond to specific questions in this regard, because, I mean, even if someone gets murdered, there's a motive behind it, right, whether it was accidental or whatever. So when someone is identified by people in high positions and are abusing the system, they're doing it for a reason, whether it can be extortion or whatever the case may be. So that's why we are asking, why do you think? Because that assists us in seeing what could have possibly happened.
Honorable Member, regarding this team, you don't personally know them, and it's difficult for me to say that like especially Sunil Beluchan is a very sensitive guy. He throws tantrums. He's a person like that. If he doesn't get his way, he'll arrest you for nothing. He's like
I understand what you're saying, right? I'm just understanding. So you're saying you might be one of many people they are doing this to. They just saw a case and it wasn't fair game and they just came because they could. Because that's just a very, very wild card. I'm not saying that it doesn't happen. I'm sure there are a lot of South Africans that might be experiencing the same thing. But if you cannot put your finger on anything in particular on why you would be targeted, outside of you saying that they just want to flex, you have an opportunity to put it on record.
I've been targeted. Now, I hear where you're coming from, Honorable Member. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. I wasn't thinking properly, maybe. We go back to the branding case. This case was given to a company, an evergreen company, for many, many years, right? And we go back also from me being arrested with the ex-generals, General Mkhwanazi, who was the head of supply chain at that time, he explained to me, he took a case, the contract away from AutoZone. AutoZone had a police contract for many years, supplying spares. I think it's 2 billion rand. It's a 2 billion rand contract over the 2 years. Now, the only way, in my understanding, to get these senior police officials is by them to use me on the branding matter, right? And use the SCOPA mandate.
Why would they choose you? Were you part of it? The branding? Did you have any association with
yes,
the contract?
Yes.
Okay, that makes sense then. Okay, then I got it. So it's not random. It's got to do with the tender.
It has to do with it.
Okay. I don't really have that much questions because, I mean, this matter is before courts, and except for what we can do in terms of us giving oversight, we've already listed some of the things that we can do, and we'll give you an opportunity to say who else we need to engage and get written statements from to explain whatever we need to explain. But Mr. Chetty, what I want to say, there's been two things that have come out clearly since we've started these ad hoc proceedings. Number one is that we have seen the abuse of power within the criminal justice system and across all the entities, right? By not just your average member of these institutions, but very high-ranking ones as well. We've seen how they weaponized the system for whether it's for corruption, for personal vendettas, whatever the case may be. It's happened, we've seen it. And that's pretty much what our proceedings have taken shape. But what we've also seen is that we've also seen private citizens infiltrating or attempting to infiltrate these systems, either to capture it or either so they cannot be held accountable for their corrupt activities, or they can continue with their corrupt activities, or for them to be able to do business with the state. So those are generally the two categories of the people that we have seen, or what we have been dealing with in this committee. You're in one of those two, either one of those two categories. So what I would like you to do now is to just tell us what you would like the committee to do outside of what we have already asked, both myself and the colleagues that have come before me, who we must write to. We're not taking any more witnesses anymore. But when we go into deliberations, we can say, this person needs to answer these specific questions in a sworn affidavit, and those will also form part of our deliberations when we have to make recommendations or findings. And you've given your testimony here, so obviously we have to deal with your case as well. So outside of what we have asked and what the honorable members have already said we must do, who have we left out?
Honorable member, to my head now, to my mind now, the honorable chairperson did say that we should write to honorable member to the National Commissioner on this warrant of arrest, because I feel that it's very unlawful that this specific person has a warrant of arrest on his name and is going around arresting senior people in government, which is wrong. It's totally unacceptable, and he's in possession of his own docket. So, and also...
So Mr. Chetty, what I'm going to ask you, outside of what we've already said, if you're feeling a bit overwhelmed now, you can say so, and then what I suggest you do is that you submit us a list of names and what you think the committee should write and ask for them to respond to. If you can think of any names right now that we have not mentioned or who we need to write to, you can say it. If you want to do that submission in writing, then we can do that. And then anything else you would like the committee to do outside of that.
Honorable member.
Doesn't mean we're going to do it, but you can make a recommendation.
Honorable member, I appreciate it, and I think I will do it, because on On my affidavit, and there's a lot of annexures, yeah, I complained to a lot of state organs, a lot of people. So I wouldn't want to do a repetition now. So if I can just apply my mind, just go through my information, and if I can, as you're saying, submit recommendation, I would.
No, just on who we must write to,
Yes.
but you can also make recommendations, including you said that you've written to the committee. I'm assuming it's the police committee here. You must say that we must write also, and the police committee chair must respond to what do they do or how do they follow up with the statement. So I'm just giving you an example on how we can move in that direction. Because if you do not get responses, we are here. Our job is to give oversight. And you might not be the only one. Well, you're definitely not the only one. But part of this process is to make sure that all our institutions are functioning as they should, and they must be able to come and account. And it doesn't mean that you're going to clear your name, but at least they're going to have an opportunity to be able to respond, since they did not respond to you as they should.
Honorable member, yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Matthias, Honorable Sols.
I finish at 5 to 8. What is that?
Yeah. Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Chetty, good evening.
You finish at 5 to 8, and then I finish at 10.
No problem, Chair. I shall be here with you.
Good day, Honorable Member.
Mr. Chetty, now I must be honest with you. I'm not gonna say that I'm gonna guard against questioning you on issues that might incriminate you, because you said you are willing to answer any question. And so I'm just gonna ask what I see in your affidavit. If it incriminates you, it's on you. And then if you go to jail, in my eyes, it will be the committee has done their work. So it's on you. I want us to go step by step with the timelines so that I can understand correctly. So the SOPA sitting is on the 29th of November, 2017, correct?
Yes, Honorable Member.
And you testify that your name in that session is not mentioned.
Yes, Honorable Member, it's not mentioned.
Then, in your affidavit, you provide us with an affidavit by is it Colonel Portia Maoga. You provide that. But I note you only provide us with the first page of the affidavit. Why did you do that?
Honorable Member, there's a lot of documentation, and I have submitted the complete docket with everything to Mr. Romano. The complete docket, which is 655 pages. So I only took extracts out that will not just like benefit me, just to prove that they use the SCOPA mandate to institute.
Yeah, we'll talk about that now, but you must remember now, for my interest, I see that you put somebody else's affidavit as part of your annexures. So now I just see one page, you see, and then in the page that you have attached, she refers to other things, other appendixes on her affidavit. Now I'm interested to see those appendixes. Now I can't see it because you only submitted one page of that affidavit that you use as evidence. So it was a question in my head, you understand?
Honorable Member, I agree with you, I understand, but everything has been submitted to Mr. Romano, the complete dockets with a complete statement, and everything is in there.
Okay, we don't have the complete affidavit of Colonel Portia. Nevertheless, the first page that you use that as basis to say that they started or created charges against you just because of the SOPA meeting or whatever. Is that what you're saying there?
I'm saying, Honorable Member, that this team was never IDEC before. They were called by the National Commissioner. They were still police at that time. Dylan Perumal and Richard Tyler, and Sunil Baluchan
Yeah.
were seconded to the National Commissioner's office, right? To Keshla Shitole. And they were then working with internal audit. And that is General Matlau and this Colonel Mahoga. So they used that mandate of SCOPA to start investigating everything else but FDA and related companies. When going back to watch the SCOPA, the whole SCOPA, what do you call the video? It is, if the other companies is related to FDA, their names are there. So it has nothing to do regarding any one of the other cases that Sunil Baluchan and Dylan Perumal is open. It's not just me, there's many other people.
Yeah.
People have just not come out.
So the affidavit, the first page that you've sent, if you have a look there.
What page is, sorry, annexure?
I think it's KC3. Paragraph 3. It says, in your affidavit, on the 2nd of March, 2018, the National Commissioner gave a mandate to internal audit to investigate contract management irregularities. Then there's an Appendix 1 of the copy of the letter signed by the National Commissioner. You also attached that. That is KC4. Now, what that says is that internal audit got a mandate from the National Commissioner to say investigate allegations of irregularities and contract, or rather contract management irregularities. So there's a mandate given from the commissioner, say, investigate this. Then it goes on to say, part of the projects listed as a priority was to review the alleged procurement irregularities pertaining to marking of vehicle. Then it says in Appendix 2, which I didn't see because it's not attached here, it says copy of the email from Anonymous in terms of reference. So now it says what motivated this. It's not just the 7-hour meeting that you watched based on this thing that you sent. It says there was an anonymous email that talks about this. Then it says on the 12th of November, 2018, the South African Police Service internal audit received an affidavit from Mr. Underwood alleging procurement irregularities at the division. And then Appendix 3 has the affidavit of Mr. Underwood. I didn't see it because it's not, you only have one page. Now, what that says is, one, internal audit investigates because they got a mandate from the station commissioner. That's procedural. Two, there's an anonymous email that anonymously says there's irregularities. Three, there's an affidavit by a Mr. Underwood that says there's irregularities. So now this, your name is not mentioned because at this point, it's not about you. It's about complaints and exposure of irregularities, an internal audit must go and investigate based on this information received. Do you see that?
Yes, Honorable Member.
Do you agree?
No, Honorable Member.
Explain to me.
Honorable Member, let's go back to the reference that is used here. I took it onto my own time to go and view the whole SCOPA setting. I did consult with my legal counsel regarding this. Unfortunately, we wouldn't have the time here to watch it and so forth, but this anonymous letter, it's anonymous, and now we see that it's from Dave Underwood. Who is Dave Underwood?
No, based on what you've sent, there's two appendixes. Underwood's affidavit is different from the anonymous email. So these are two different things. What you sent to me, I'm reading that what motivates the investigation, not into you, into irregularities in supply chain. At the time, in 2018, let's go step by step. Do you agree that at the time, in 2018, when this investigation starts, your name is nowhere there? Do you agree?
Honorable Member, I disagree.
Okay, now you must help me because I'm looking at the affidavit that you sent to me, right? So in 2017, there's the SCOPA meeting. You testify, your name is not mentioned there. 2018, the investigation is mandated. Are you saying your name was there?
Honorable Member, this members open up an inquiry case, under correction on the date now, but it's prior to this letter here. And they were running on an inquiry case whereby they obtained a statement, Sunil Beluchan, which is in the docket that I have sent, that he visited Dave Underwood. Now, Dave Underwood is the ex-supplier of the police branding of cars. We went back 20 years, which he disposes in this affidavit, right? Now, this is where I bring you to where I'm not mentioned here. I don't know if it's answering your question or
Are
I'm
you
going
mentioned there? In
Sorry.
2018, is your name mentioned there? Or is the investigation for irregularities in 2018? There, what you've sent is what I want to know.
No, it's not there.
Sorry?
It's not there.
That's what I mean. So your name is not there. No one is saying go and investigate Chetty. The assignment is go and investigate allegations of contract management irregularities. That's the assignment. Who must do it? Internal audit. Are we on the same page?
Honorable Member, I hear where you're coming from, but this reference regarding FDA and related companies, right? This is Colonel Mahoga's letter here.
No, I see it.
Yes, it's us.
I'm trying to go to what you sent to me, and I'm trying to tell you what I'm reading from what you sent. And we agree, in 2018, internal audit is not investigating Chetty. Internal audit is investigating allegations by Mr. Underwood, by the anonymous email that's mentioned by what you gave. And I'm saying, let's go slow. Do you agree, 2018, internal audit is investigating allegations of contract management irregularities?
Honorable Member, sorry, you said 2017 or 2018? 2017.
2018.
Yes.
2nd March, she gets the mandate. And then 12th of November, they get that affidavit from Underwood. Now they go and investigate the allegations. I just want us to, are we on the same page there? They don't go and say, we are going to investigate Chetty. They go and say, we are going to investigate allegations of contract management irregularities. Then they must come back after the investigation. Then they will know who's involved. So it's most now a step-by-step process. So do we agree that 2018, the investigation is go find out what's happening here?
Honorable member, I disagree. Let me explain.
But you must do it quickly now because we're stuck on this point.
Okay, I
But
hear you.
because I want to give you a fair
Okay,
opportunity,
yes.
but now
Yes, I
we're
hear you.
dragging it. So you must quickly tell me, why do you say you were not involved there in the beginning? Your name was not involved there, not in the SCOPA meeting. In the SCOPA meeting, the discussions was about the irregularities. That was what the 7 hours was about. Now they come, they say, go and investigate these allegations. There's a mandate for internal audit, and there's an anonymous email, and there's an affidavit from Underwood. You use this now and say, go and investigate whether there's any truth to this.
Honorable member, the letter comes from General Sitole to investigate FTA and related companies. The reference that is used is going back to SCOPA on the 29th of November 2017. From my understanding, my understanding, they deviated from going and investigating FTA and related companies. What they did, they used this letter or this mandate to go and investigate everybody else but FTA.
Okay, that's a claim that you are making, that's fine. But the point is, whether it's FDA but they went to go and investigate contract management irregularities. And they don't go and investigate Chetty in 2018. That's what I want to get at. They're going to investigate an alleged issue.
You see, honorable member, I hear where you're coming from.
No, you mustn't hear what I'm saying now because we must move from this point.
Yes,
I'm losing time. You must say, number one, you're not part, your name is not there. You testified. They're going to investigate an issue, and that investigation of the issue will reveal names. Do we agree there?
Honorable member, they did not start investigating me in 2018. They started in 2017 based on an inquiry. When they got this letter.
That's not here.
Yes, unfortunately it's not there.
But now we must deal with what you told me.
Yes.
You can't now do what you're doing. I took it on good faith, what you gave me. So what you gave me says, they went to investigate an issue. Do we agree?
Yes, honorable member.
Right. We took very long with that, and now my time is almost up.
I apologize, honorable member.
So now they go and investigate the issue. They take 2 years, because you get arrested
in 2020.
2020. So 2018, 2019, 2020, they've investigated. They now come and say, Chetty, the internal audit comes and says, we're handing over now, this is what we've discovered. Chetty and others are involved in this issue. It goes from internal audit to IDEC, NPA, whatever.
It was, sorry, honorable member, it was at the police at that time, the SABC.
Yeah, whichever way, but I'm saying internal audit is now saying this is what we found. Yes?
Yes, honorable member.
Now that they say this is what we found, now that's where Chetty appears. That's now where internal audit is saying there's merit to these allegations. You guys now go and you investigate. Now that's where your problem starts. With when they investigate, they arrest you. And when they arrest you, it takes 2 years. they arrest you in 2020, in 2020,
Yes, honorable member.
and then you receive bail on the 5th of June 2020.
Yes, honorable member.
And then accused 1 to 22 appears on the 29th of September 2020, and the prosecution asks the court for time to conclude investigation. Yes?
Yes, honorable member.
And then after that, the court grants them 6 months to conclude the investigation. They then come back on the 25th of March 2021. When they come back, this is when you testify the court strikes this thing off the roll because the state comes back and says, you gave us 6 months to close, we ask for 6 more months or 7 more months. On the 25th of March, and your attorney applies for it to be struck off the roll, and he's successful. This matter is now struck off the roll, correct?
Just to put it on record, honorable member, from the duration of the 4th of June 2020 when we arrested to the 25th of March 2021, many people we were 16, the first we were 16, and during the time, we all accumulated to 41.
That's fine.
Yes.
I mean, there's even 70 others, but I'm trying to get to the timeline facts here now, which now shows abuse of the system by these investigators. How? There's evidence, or the investigation is done by internal audit. These guys have to execute, make a case and take it to the courts. They go to court in September. The court gives them 6 months to go and complete their investigation. They come back in March the following year. They still haven't completed it. The court strikes the matter off the roll because of unreasonable delays. And that's what you testified, correct?
Yes, honorable member, and they requested a racketeering certificate.
No, they're asking that should happen. The court should give them leave for 7 more months so that they can go do that. Yes?
Yes, honorable
Then the
member.
court says, I'm not going to do that. You have delayed. You have infringed on the rights of the accused. They struck it off.
Yes, honorable member.
So that's negligence from the side of these investigators. It's wrong what they did. Why? Because now on a technicality, the merits of the 6.1 billion is now not heard in court, and that's public funds. And then you now have evidence of how else there's been an abuse of power. You also mentioned that there's an abuse of power. You cite a case. What's the case called?
This is the Savoy case.
The Savoy case. You cite that case and you say that, what's the investigator's name?
Dylan Perumal, honorable member.
Sorry?
Dylan Perumal.
Dylan.
Yes.
He is found guilty of abuse of power in that case.
Yes, honorable member.
And that's your proof that they are guilty of abusing their power. Yes?
Yes, honorable member.
Now, I'm going to spend my last 10 minutes with you now. I'm taking it now for the record that I agree with you. There was negligence here because now that case in March 2021 was struck off the roll because of negligence of the prosecutor, Shabalala, and the other investigators. So there, I agree with you based on our terms of reference. We can use that to say abuse of power even with that case. Now I want to deal with, because I'm a public servant, I'm concerned about the 6.1 billion. That case that to date has not been heard. So I want to ask you around that. I'm going to skip some questions because now my time is almost gone. So, the 6.1 billion thing that internal audit has investigated, how many companies do you have?
I own one. And at that time, I think it was 2 companies.
2 companies. You are the owner of Vatica Trading.
No, I'm not. Lorejo Bay is.
You are a beneficial owner.
No, Lorejo Bay was
What?
renting from my premises.
What is your company?
My company is called Bambanani Trading and Marketing.
Even in 2018?
Yes.
Okay. How many companies do you control?
I controlled my 2 companies.
Just your 2 companies?
Yes.
How many, rather, what was your business model with SABS?
Honorable Member, as I said earlier, that I receive a request, I code, I get an order. Sometimes I don't get an order. 90% of the time you don't get an order. It works like that with all departments.
Do you know that that model is the same business model that Kate Matlala used for the Tembisa Hospital?
Which model is that, Honorable Member?
Of the quote requesting scenario, and then you have somebody inside, and then they have a certain threshold for what they request quotes for. They do multiple within a network, and then that's how they get business.
Okay, I'm hearing it from you now, Honorable Member.
But is that how it happened with your?
No.
How did
Honorable
yours
Member.
happen?
Honorable Member, that as you said earlier, that I am dealing with in court. That is some of my charges. That is some of the merits of the cases. So I'm saying now, I am here today on the abuse of power, not to look for justice for myself here. I'm here on the abuse of power.
And I agree with you on what I've seen on abuse of power. But you must remember, nothing on the case so thus far has dealt with the 6.1 billion. So I'm going to end with this, and which is my interest because I'm a public servant. There was an internal audit done, an investigation done. The fact of the matter is 6.1 billion is irregularly used. Nothing is said about that. The gentleman by the name of James, the guy that you, Ramanjulam, do you know that he has a plea agreement with the police?
Honorable Member, as I said earlier, I don't know what his dealings is. I know he was arrested with me. I don't know what agreement or arrangements he has made with these guys. And let me just explain something,
I'll tell you
Honorable
what,
Member.
just because my time is going to be up, I'll read for you, and you can say whether you agree with it or not, that he had a plea agreement with SABS, and he pleaded guilty on a total of 10 charges. 6 counts of fraud for misrepresenting how government contracts were handled. 1 count of extortion for using threats to force another company to withdraw business. Corruption 2 counts, money laundering 1 count. So the case focuses on 2 main areas of corruption: the rigged blue light tenders. Him and others manipulated the technical requirements for police vehicle emergency lights, threatening competitors. When other companies complained that the tender was unfair, he would threaten True Rainbow, telling them they would never get another police contract unless they withdrew. Hidden income, failed to disclose nearly 1.8 million in extra income, and he was a police working within supply chain. Illegal fees, this is him pleading guilty to these things. After being arrested in 2020, Ramanjulam accepted an offer from Kishen Chetty to have his legal fees of 120,000 paid for him, which is considered an act of corruption. This is what he pleaded guilty to as a plea agreement. Are you aware of this?
I remember it's the first time I'm hearing this. As I said earlier to counsel, he spoke to me about James's statement, and I had no interest in reading James's Ramanjuram statement because I witnessed James being tortured by the same people. I was concentrating, and I am concentrating on my own cases. I actually have no interest in what James is saying. I know him personally. I spent time with him in prison. And he was under duress. Whatever you read to me now, I know it, I know the man personally. And I know what Beluchan and Perumal is capable of doing. So
Now that's the case that is currently ongoing. I'm saying to you, you said earlier you didn't know what happened with him. I'm saying I read his plea agreement. And what I read to you comes from his plea agreement. And that's what he's saying about yourself. I'm ending with saying, as I started, I also think that there is abuse of power. There's a misuse of authority, as you've stated, as I've shown. But I'm also interested in the fact that out of all of these things, we are not talking about the 6.1 billion rand out of public coffers that has been investigated, handed over, and there's no closure on that. Do you understand where my concern is?
Honorable Member, I'm 110% with you there. But the 6.1 billion has nothing to do with any other company but FDA. I will appreciate this committee to request the minutes of that SCOPA mandate, that sitting, and understand better on what I am trying to explain here. And unfortunately, I wouldn't be able to explain 7 hours of watching.
Yes, but you will
Yes.
have an opportunity to do so when you appear. Because when you appear, these are the charges that they have against you. And you are saying to us, the charges that they have against you has nothing to do with 6.1 billion. Either way, I don't know you, I don't know the investigators. What I do know is that there was potentially contract management irregularities to the tune of 6.1 billion. And the charges are against you, it's against 70 other people. I'm interested in what happened there. So you should be satisfied
Thank you
that
so
you
much.
have the abuse.
Thank you
I've
so
seen
much.
it, but also there's no answers yet to 6.1 billion that they are saying you're involved in. You hear?
Yeah.
Can I please?
Yeah, he does no longer have time.
Honorable Member.
When he had time, he mentioned it that he is worried that his time is running out. And when his time runs out, that is the moment he puts his foot on the accelerator.
Aye.
But because I'm the benevolent chair, I'm going to allow you to respond.
It is because of him, Chair. But I wanted to be fair to him and not make him feel suppressed. He took 15 of my time.
Okay.
I appreciate it, Chair. Thank you. Honorable Member, if you look at the date of the 6.1 billion, right? And you look at the timeline, as you said, when the SCOPA mandate was given in 2017, talking about the 6.1 billion, not even the branding case was running even for 3 months at that time. Are you with me, Honorable Member? I'm just trying to prove to you on the timeline. 2017 November, right? The branding case was only given under correction in September 2017. This mandate from SCOPA comes in November, September, October, November, just a maximum 3 months. So this has to do with FDA. And recently I've seen in news that FDA has been paid out a lot of money from the police for no reason.
Chair, this is a very important point because when my colleagues asked, why are they after you? You see, when they say, why are they after you? You couldn't say they're after me because they will benefit in this way. Are you now saying with that testimony, the way I hear it, that they want to pin FDA's stuff on you? So if you arrested or the 70 others is arrested, then FDA is off the hook. Is that what you are submitting?
Honorable Member, that is basically it, if you look at it
Why
like that.
didn't you say that earlier?
Because being detained so many times, that cannot be an
Thank you,
excuse.
thank you so much.
Honorable Member.
Thank you, Honorable Sols. Thank
That's
you,
just
Mr.
an allegation, Chair.
Mr. Chetty. Advocate Aronsa.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Member. Just a few questions. Now, if you look at your annexures and you have given us selected portions of the charge sheets, but what is apparent from them is that you are either accused number 1 or accused number 2 in these various matters. Is that right?
Yes, Counsel.
So that seems to indicate that you certainly, according to the allegations, played quite a leading role in various charges which we see from the charge sheet involving theft, forgery, uttering, those and corruption, which are the charges that you face. Is that right?
Yes, Honorable Chair.
Now, I'm going on the questions. The first question or inquiry was from Honorable Skosana, and the other one now more recently from Honorable Sols. Now, these charges, again, just looking at the extracts that you've provided to us, involve fraudulent BEE certificates. You're aware of that? These are the charges.
Yes, it has been disclosed in the document.
Are you not involved in any of those forgeries or utterings concerning the use of false names in order to secure government tenders, in particularly SAP's tenders, on the basis of these, what is alleged to be fraudulent BEE certificates?
Counsel, there is one of the charges in the indictment of 335 by Sunil Beluchan. It's there. I cannot say it's not there because I saw the duplication of it in my other cases where the same charges are duplicated now.
Now the reason I ask you that is that it seems to me that in response to a question posed to you by Honorable Skosana, is that you quite deliberately understate the role that you are alleged to be playing in these charges by saying in response to the Honourable Member's questions that you had dealings with the state, right? But they seem to be quite relatively small fry, relatively small time. You occasionally will respond to a request for a quotation to supply, I think mainly, catering food in that, or whatever you were supplying. Yes, that's what you said.
Yes, Counsel.
So you when you answer in that way, you create the impression that you're small fry and that you're quite a small-time business person. isn't it? Is that the impression one gets?
That's the truth, Honorable. Okay. Our Chairperson.
Did you have or do you have a company called Counterpoint?
It is owned by my dad, Council.
Owned by your dad, or are you a director or a shareholder of that company?
I was a director until 2010, 2011, and after that my dad took ownership.
And is Counterpoint, what is Counterpoint's relationship with FDA?
Under my knowledge, nothing, nothing, Chair. Nothing, Council.
What are your, have you got any professional qualifications? Are you an accountant,
No.
an auditor, a financial person? What are your
Nothing.
qualifications?
I have no qualifications, Council.
Is it the case that you controlled some 30 companies
Council, that is one
who
of
were
the...
trading, which were trading with the state in securing tenders?
Again, Council, I never received a tender, right? On my name.
Yeah, I'm
Never,
talking
right?
about these entities. Some of these entities are mentioned in the charge sheet, the 335, the big case, where some 30, there's 40 odd persons, natural persons, and again 30 odd entities.
Council, that is what we are dealing in court. That is the merits of the case. That is one of a couple of the charges that is in the docket that we are challenging now in the High Court.
Well, I'm not even getting to the merits of the case. I'm asking you the names that appear from a charge sheet that you've annexed to your affidavit. And I'm asking, are you connected with any of those companies that are mentioned on the charge sheet? You're not going into the merits of the case.
Council, yes. My ex-wife had a company. My cousin had a company. But now we're talking about not tenders, we're talking about 50,000, 100,000 orders every maybe 6 months, 7 months. So yes, I know the other people in these cases. Yes. It's family.
It's always family, either your father or your cousin or your, what did you say, your sister-in-law?
No, my ex-wife.
Oh, sorry, your ex-wife. Okay. Were two of these companies called Vatika and Goto, KGOTO?
Council, Goto Trading is owned by a person by the name of Kumarasan Pritvaraj. He's the owner of the company. I was never director of any association with business dealings with this company. Vatika Trading is owned by Lorenzo Bay. She's the owner of the company, and she is one of the companies that had the branding contract.
So these companies that I've mentioned, or some of them, nowhere near the 30 odd that's in the charge sheet, you at least know the persons involved in those companies who either own those companies or are directors in those companies. You at least know them. We obviously can't verify this evening that you are in fact a director or were director in any of these companies.
Council, I got to know, okay, obviously my family members I knew for a long time, but the other people, I got to know them in 2020, we're 2026 now, so over the time I got to know the people, yes.
And FDA, what do you know about FDA? We Honorable Source mentioned an exorbitant amount of 6.1 billion. We also know in relation to other witnesses that have appeared here that the name of FDA crops up repeatedly?
Council, the first time I saw anything with FDA is when I saw this letter in our docket that we received when the case got struck off the roll. Nah? So I then took my initiative of watching it and then started doing my research on who FDA is. And then I realized this is the company that's been getting a lot of contracts from the SAPS, Forensic Service. I noted that. And they've been getting paid a lot of money. So again, yes, honorable member explained to me to the end of my time with him that yes, they used this FDA mandate to make it look as if they are dealing with FDA, but it was not. FDA was never ever dealt with on the SCOPA mandate. Nothing was ever done. Business goes on as usual, and I am aware they're getting paid a lot of money on recent news articles that I've seen. I don't know anything about them.
Yeah, you're talking about the SCOPA of 2017. We also know we led evidence that presentations were made, I think by IPID in front of SCOPA. But subsequently, we also know that there were forensic audits that were done. And it's on the basis of these forensic audits that, amongst others, FDA were implicated and are currently also facing charges. Are you sure that you're not implicated in any of these audits? Your checkpoint company. Counterpoint. I'm thinking of something else. Counterpoint.
Council, I am not the owner of Counterpoint, it's my dad. Okay. Right? My dad, I can't answer for Counterpoint here, but I know it does not, or it did not have anything to do with FDA, because on this mandate which I watched, it had FDA and related companies which are named there. So it has nothing to do with my dad, from my understanding that I watched the whole briefing of the SCOPA regarding this mandate.
So all of these things that we are discussing and which we can't get to the bottom to, you're all watching it from a distance, from where you're standing, but you are either accused number one or number two in any of in these cases.
Yes, Council.
Okay. Now, just lastly, I keep on asking you for that name because
James Romangulam.
Yes, the same person that Honorable Souls referred to. Are you telling us that you had no interest in his plea bargain agreement with the prosecutors, and that he now presumably, as a result of that plea bargain, is now going to be a state witness in these cases that's pending, and that you had no interest in what they had to say, and that the the prosecutors didn't follow up? I think, what did he allege? That he paid you 150,000. No, I'm just help me if I got it wrong.
Something to that. It's the first time I'm
okay,
hearing
no,
it. Yeah,
it may be the first time, but he alleges that he paid you an amount of money, 100,000, 150,000.
Something to that effect.
And you want us to believe that the prosecutors or the investigators didn't come to you and say, so and so is making a plea bargain with us, and he alleges, amongst other things, that he paid you 100,000, 150,000. Is that true or false?
Council, never. I never consulted with Perumal, Beluchan, Shabalala. The last time I met Beluchan and Perumal was at the airport, which is a case of extortion at IPID in 2021 February, whereby they tried the same trick with me, which is at IPID. I want IPID to come here. It's the same thing. That's why I didn't have the interest of reading it. Because what they tried with me and I refused, that's why I had all these multiple arrests. Okay. So, no, I had...
Well, I'm going to end off by making a suggestion to you. In fact, I want to encourage you to read his affidavit which you say you've, for reasons of your own, you've ignored, you didn't want to read it. I don't know whether because it's going to bother you, because you implicated by him, and in preparation for your cases on the merits, I would suggest that you give it a thorough read and ask your counsel to read it. Thank you, Mr. Chetty, and thank you for coming here and sharing your concerns, which I think concerns all of us if that's the conduct of investigators and people pursuing you. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chetty. Thank you, Advocate Arense. Thank you, honorable members, for staying the course, for being here until we conclude our proceedings, and yourself for being with us until we reach this point when we must release you from your oath. You are setting very good example to the other witnesses that are going to appear before us, that once you are sworn in, you stay until we release you from your oath. We hope that you have shared with us what has been paining your chest. And so we want to thank you so much for that.
Thank you, Chair.
Honorable members, Mr. Ramano confirms with me that we should expect the 4 witnesses tomorrow. We will be starting at 10 o'clock. It's here at Good Hope, here at Good Hope Chambers. Honorable Ngola, Honorable Skosana, Honorable Matthews, and Honorable Sols. We start like this now. Honorable Nomvalo has been appointed the Secretary General of the Mkhwanazi Party. So, as a practice, what is your congratulatory message? Say it here so that he hears you. He does not hear from gossip. On behalf of your party, may you congratulate him.
Thank you very much, Chair. We certainly convey our congratulatory remarks to, for this purpose, I'll call him Comrade Nomvalo. We have no particular doubt in his capabilities in executing the new responsibilities. Some of us have met him in the trenches in the Youth League. We certainly congratulate him, but not only congratulate him, but also to wish him well as he executes the rules of his party. Thank you so much.
Honorable Skosana, to your friend and fellow colleague.
Chair, I'm speechless. I don't know where to start because.
Can you speak like Mark Antony to Caesar?
You? That's the worst one, eh? Yeah, but I must say that, Chair, it's been a long journey, I must say. I mean, we started here in August, you know, in this committee, joint core committee, and you know, he's been a twin to me. You know, we had these mishaps. You know, once upon a time, I was not almost here, and he stood very firm as well. You know, to make sure that we finish this journey together. And I must say congratulations to him, because our members, some, you know, are so excited that they called whilst we are sitting here. And I started this, you know, when we were sitting in the dome. It was so hot, and he went outside, and I was worried that he won't come back like Paul O'Sullivan. But indeed, he came back, you know. I took some pictures then. And I'm very excited. In fact, as I said, I'm speechless. Ngifuna ukuthokoza nje isitshaba sekhethu, ngifuna ukubatshela nje ukuthi indoda le indoda. You know, kuza kubonakala amajuguluko akhona ahabileko msinyana futhi akuyokuhamba isikhathi ni. Khona enye ehabileko njengoba ngikhuluma nawe nje. Usekathomile uyabereka njengoba ngihleli la. Mara ke sizokuqeda nayo into le ngizokubawa mhlambe upresident ukuthi akhamlisalise kancane kisicede ngoba uLosithathu is around the corner, you know, and I think the friendship he has created here, you know, the way he conducts himself, you know, as a lawyer for that matter, and indeed the Umkhondo Wesizwe Party, the national officials has gained, but we lost some of us, you know. But Nomvalo, Sibonelo, kwala ngiyakuthokozisa ngithi sithi ngesikhethu uyibambe njalo ngiyakuthokoza mgcina isihlalo.
Honorable Matthys, you are the Deputy Secretary General.
Can we say nice things about
in
that?
your organization.
Elected. Okay. Long live the appointment of the MKSG on this round. And we trust that you're going to do well. But we'll meet you in the streets there in KZN. Was that 2026 LGE? Thank you and well done. And you're well deserving of it. Thank you.
Honorable Sols.
Can the fighter just move out of my view? I would like to see the SG. Honorable Nomvalo, the Bible says, God, your gift, will make room for you and place you before great men. And I want to congratulate you because you are where you are because of your gift and the sacrifice that you've made. You started a law firm, gave it up at your home, and you took upon the vision in the MK party. Then you didn't know today, but your gift made room for you. You are an astute jurist. You're a great mind. We don't have conflict, you and I. I don't see it as conflict. I see it as friction because you are iron, I am iron, and iron sharpens iron. So every time I rub up against you and you rub up against me and we've got friction, we walk away sharpened. South Africa is blessed to have you as a young leader. We pray God's blessing over your future. As your fellow colleague and MP, I am genuinely happy for you. Congratulations and all the best and all success over your life. Honorable Nomvalo, SG. Halala.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
No. He had a response, Chair. I want to hear the response for the record.
No, he will respond.
No, not the actual response. He said something.
The new SG needs sugar water, Shem.
Let him say what he just said, Chair.
Wait. Honorable Nomvalo.
Chair, he said something.
We have worked together in this committee and instilled a sense of loyalty that has graduated to a family level. Sitting here as the chairperson, I no longer regarded any one of you as a committee member, but as part of my family. And this is a very important step on your part. I have been a secretary before. I served 2 non-consecutive terms as a secretary. of the African National Congress, and I had also served as a secretary of the South African Communist Party. The position of the secretary requires you to be the personification of your organization and a custodian of its values and principles. I want to refer you to a statement that we once made here that Walter Sisulu, when he was interviewed and asked what made him one of the best secretaries general of the ANC, he responded by saying that the day he was elected, he took Walter home to the Sisulus, and to the ANC, he took a secretary general. I will also want to advise you that take Nomvalo home, Sibonelo home to the Nomvalos, and give the MKP the secretary general that it desires. We want to wish you well in your new responsibility and hope that you will continue to be calm, composed, and calculated in the decisions that you take, and committed to the role that the organization has given you. The work of the secretary is not an easy work. Those who know it, most of them, they call it a thankless job, because you work as the secretary and build the organization when most of your comrades are deployed in government. And when conference comes, they unelect you from the position. So we want to wish you all the best. Have strength, courage, have that resilience, and make your party grow. Thank you so much. We will give you this opportunity to give your replies.
No, thank you very much. That was very profound. And once again, thank you for instilling the culture of political maturity. It's a culture that we must infuse in the DNA of our politics. We might be coming from different organizations, but we commonly come from the same African value system. And we must always embrace that at all times. So politics must not get into our heads. Politics must never spoil our humility. Politics must teach us that the only thing that we differ on is our perspectives, and it ends there. Beyond that, we are human beings. We share the very same values and systems. So I appreciate that, Chairperson. And I always regard leadership as not a right, but a privilege. So this is an invitation to a very huge task. It's not a right, but a privilege. It's a calling to which I must respond together with the collective that I will be executing the organizational task with. So in those few words, I appreciate these profound words. They are going to make a serious impact on how we approach the responsibility that we have been given. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Can we give it a round of applause?
Yeah.
No, Chair, now he must say what he said earlier. I want to hear it for the record.
When we get out here, you get Honorable Skosana closer to you.
Don't
He
be
will
like
tell
that.
you.
He said it already. You didn't hear
What
it.
did he say?
That's what I'm trying to get you at.
Honorable Nomvalo, Honorable Sol says there is something you said after,
For the record.
so he wants to hear what you said.
Say, Nomvalo, what you said when I was done. Put on the mic and say. Nomvalo.
So,
say what you said.
so honorable members,
say it on the mic. Say it on the mic. Say it on the mic.
Chair, what must I say? Amen.
Did you say amen?
Yes.
He wants you to say.
It was Honorable Skosana.
And then when you say amen where I'm sitting, I say hallelujah. Praise the Lord. The omnipresent God. Honorable souls, the omnipresent God. The Lord that never fails us. You see, these are his manifestations. Well, no, I can't quote. Yes, Honorable Skosa, you hear what Nomvalo is saying. I mean, what Honorable Solis is saying. He says, no, continue.
We'll continue till tomorrow morning, I can tell you.
No, we will continue tomorrow, Honorable Solis. In fact, tomorrow we must start with a prayer. Honorable members, we have come to the end of today's proceedings. You will forever remain a memory to Honorable Nomvalo. Every time he thinks about his responsibility, he says, by the way, it happened on the day Mr. Chetty appeared before us. Thank you so much for being part of that memory. You want to say something?
Honorable Chair, honorable members, I just want to say thank you for giving me the opportunity to be here.
Yeah.
We've been going through a lot of abuse, and I appreciate the opportunity to ventilate a lot of my issues. Just thank you again, Chairperson and committee. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Advocate Arens, do you want to say anything to Honorable Nomvalo?
Congratulations.
As a village elder.
Yeah.
Congratulations to Honorable Nomvalo, and thank you for helping us lead evidence on the committee for the past few months. But on a serious note, as he said, for all our political parties, it's a huge responsibility, especially in these challenging times that we face, to show courageous and moral leadership as we hear how things have happened within the leadership of SAPS, and so many people are involved in fraud and corruption. If he can assist, which getting to know him in the short while that we've been on this committee, then I'm sure he can play a huge role, and I wish him all the best, and look forward to further engagement with him in whatever capacity. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you so much. Honorable members, we have come to the end of today's proceedings. May we please rise and leave the chambers.